NATO and the U.S., it's great to talk about supplies we're going to give them, but the momentum must stop, or else this is going to be a tragic
How
day.
to do that, though, as far as Kyiv is concerned?
Well, you know, we know how to put an air cap over Kyiv and prevent the sort of bombs that are going to drop on that city and kill a hell of a lot of people. So there's work for NATO and the United States and the leader of NATO to do to try to prevent the carnage that's going to take place in Ukraine. We're better than that as a nation.
All right, well, I want to talk to you about where some of the fighting is most intense. We're told by Ukrainian officials, heavy fighting around Crimea, around the city of Kherson, right about here. Apparently they're pushing toward Mariupol.
They want to build,
Why are they doing that?
They want to build a road that goes between Crimea and here, and that's widening the area that they're occupying, and they have the seaport down here, Sevastopol. So they're on their timetable. And I just think we've got to do something to stop this momentum. And our president must take the lead for the alliance to work.
Let's talk about the broader picture here. You talked to me about possibly broader ambitions for Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
If he occupies much of Ukraine, let's use the green here for that. If he occupies much of Ukraine, he could use that possibly as a base to establish a land route to Kaliningrad, where they have a big naval presence. But he's got to go through NATO countries to do it, right?
And that's a tripwire that I don't know. I don't think he'll want to do that, but there is a chance. He wants to reestablish the former Warsaw Pact countries, and that includes Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, etc. He wants all that to be back in the fold, as we call it, under Russian control. All
right, well, General Jalwan, thank you very much for your expertise. We appreciate it. Wolf, we're going to continue to monitor all of this in real time as these developments unfold on the ground, but it is moving, as they say, at a very fast pace.
Yes, moving very quickly, Brian. Thank you very much, General Jalwan, as usual. Thanks to you as well. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Room. I'll be back in 2 hours, 9 p.m. Eastern, with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Until then, thanks very much for watching. Aaron Burnett out front starts right now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good evening. I'm Aaron Burnett, live in Ukraine tonight. And out front tonight, we have breaking news. Sabotage groups have entered Ukraine's capital. That is the warning tonight from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who in a video statement tonight said Putin has marked him as enemy number one, his family enemy number two. But he says he is staying in Kyiv, the capital tonight under siege. That city tonight dark, streets deserted, comes as all men between the ages of 18 and 60 are now formally forbidden from leaving this country. Ukraine bombarded with missiles today, more than 160 coming down on many military sites across this country. It was roughly 7 o'clock this morning when we heard the booms of the explosions here. Then over the next hour or so, at least 6 rounds of sirens rang out over this city. Earlier, we traveled to an attacked airbase, a muddy road to a wooded area where we saw very young Ukrainian troops standing guard. An officer told me that 2 rockets hit that base, a radio battalion base, just hours before we were there. And just moments ago, the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, warning that Putin is not backing down.
Part of the Russian plan has been to put Kyiv in danger, to assault the capital, to go after other major cities. We're seeing forces come in from the north, from the east, from the south, and that's all part of the plan that we've laid out for the world in recent weeks.
New video just coming in of a military school in eastern Ukraine now in flames. You can hear the heavy gunfire. You can see the explosions on your screen. And to the southeast of where I am tonight, late tonight, low-flying jets our team saw flying over the port city of Kherson. The sound of airstrikes soon followed. Ukraine also says it has lost control of the Chernobyl nuclear site after a fierce battle. And just outside the capital, Kyiv, near the airport, Our Matthew Chance was caught in the middle of a firefight involving Russian troops. Watch this.
Focus. Should we run that way?
We've got to be mindful of the driver as well, okay? Let's move down this way against the wall.
As of tonight, we believe tanks are still streaming across the border. They have been streaming across the border from Russia all day, right? So you've had all of these strikes across this country. Antony Blinken had warned missiles would come down across Ukraine. They did. And then the tanks, and they're coming and coming and coming. And with each passing hour, the human cost of Putin's invasion is growing. There is shock and fear here tonight. We are in a state of martial law right now in this country. And as I mentioned, the Ukrainian Defense Ministry says that means no men between the ages of 18 and 60 can leave this country. Now, the men that we've talked to in recent days are proud to stay. They plan to stay. And I spoke to one of them tonight. He says that right now, as I speak, he is with his newly formed military brigade. I'm not going to tell you where, but they are together. And he told me it's hundreds and hundreds of us, Army reservists, who are ready to complete all of our orders. We aren't worried. We believe in victory. Exclamation point. We have reporters spread out across the region, covering every angle of this story, from Ukraine to Russia to Poland, where tonight Ukrainians are fleeing. I want to begin, though, with Matthew Chance. And Matthew, President Zelensky, these things happen in the hours of the morning. I want people in the United States to understand this is happening well after midnight here, local time. That President Zelensky again addressed his nation, sharing some very dire warnings. What did he have to say?
Yeah, we're not sleeping. He's not sleeping either. And in fact, within the past hour, there's been another public address on his social media platforms from the Ukrainian president, expressing his concerns about his own personal future and that of his family. He said a number of things, but the thing that really struck home is this. According to our information, he said, the enemy, and obviously he's talking about the Russians at this point, the enemy marked me as target number one. They've marked my family as target number two. They want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. That's him. We have information that enemy sabotage groups have entered Kiev, and it kind of talks to that deep-seated alarm. And it's not just a concern, it's an alarm based on their intelligence assessments, that what Russia is planning to do now is encircle Ukrainian capital, Kiev, enter into it and decapitate the government, and to replace it with a pro-Moscow puppet regime. And obviously, what President Zelensky feels, which is why he's made this public pronouncement now, he's in a bunker, we understand at the moment, in a secret location, although he says he's in the sort of central part of Kiev still. It just shows you how concerning and how dire the situation is tonight in the Ukrainian capital. I'm looking out across the city now here, Erin, and it's very, very quiet. Most of the lights are out. There is a very spooky, eerie calm that is over the city right now, but we're all aware that at any moment that could dramatically change.
It is that waiting, that exhaustion, and that is part of what Putin, of course, is doing. I played a moment ago, I don't know if you heard, Matthew, as you were getting ready to talk, but I played some of your encounter with Russian forces near Kyiv, and I just played sort of when you came under fire. But there's something so crucial about what happened to you there in light of what we're now learning, excuse me, about saboteurs in Kyiv. Tell me.
Yeah, I mean, these could be the people that President Zelensky is talking about. Because these were Russian special forces that had been sent there on helicopters, deployed at an airbase, sent to an airbase to capture an airbase on the outskirts of Kiev. Look, we had this extraordinary encounter with them earlier today. We didn't even know they were Russian forces at first, because we'd gone to the airbase, made that journey by car. We were told by Ukrainian officials there'd been a fight there for control of it, but the Ukrainians were in control until we approached the gates and we were stopped by these troops. And I said, look, can we do a live shot here? And they were like, no, it's too dangerous. Remember, I'm speaking in broken Russian with them. And I said, look, who's in charge here now? Is it the Ukrainians or is it the Russians? Who's in control of this region? And they said, it's the Russians that are in control, which I thought was really odd, because, and I said, well, where are the Russians then? And they said, we are the Russians. And it was only at that moment that we all understood that we had encountered and come face to face with those Russian special forces that had been choppered in under heavy fire to that airbase just hours before and had battled off Ukrainian security forces, Ukrainian military, to take control of that region. The firefight excerpt that you saw, you played a few moments ago, that followed that conversation. And it may have been the start of a counterattack. The Ukrainian government say they've recaptured that area. I don't know whether that's the case or not because I'm not there anymore. But it just shows you how close Russian forces are right now tonight to the Ukrainian capital.
Yes, I understand that. And of course, if Ukrainian forces did retake it, I know that would be very significant. But as you point out, we have nothing to indicate that that's true or not true. We just don't know. All right, Matthew Chance, thank you very much. So when I mentioned, right, that after the missile assault across the country, the tanks were coming in, they were coming in, and they were coming in all day, steady stream. The reason we know that, and by the way, it was coming in multiple places, but the reason we know that specifically in one place was because Fred Pleiken is there in Belgorod, Russia. Fred, so tell me what you're seeing now. Obviously now, here we are again in the wee hours of the morning. What are you seeing from Russian forces now?
Hi there, Aaron. Well, certainly you're absolutely right. It was a steady stream of Russian forces going into Ukrainian territory from the position that we were in Belgorod, south of Belgorod, which is basically the area that leads to the town of Kharkiv, which we know there was some of the pretty heavy battles going on there throughout the day. But specifically in the night hours, in the past couple of hours that we've been there at that final crossing before Ukrainian territory, the big thing that we heard there was missile launches. There were massive barrages of missiles still going towards Ukrainian territory. I know that, for instance, the area that you're in was on the receiving end of some Russian missiles, certainly the town of Kharkiv as well. A lot of the missiles that were launched towards Ukrainian territory were launched from near the Belgorod area. And it really is massive salvos that are being fired off, some of the medium range, some of them short range, but we also heard some longer range ones as well, and they really are very big. Now, one of the things that we noticed is that the area from where the missiles were launched towards Ukrainian territory seemed to be itself advancing towards Ukrainian territory, which leads us to believe that the front line was advancing as well, that Russian forces were advancing. But then also what happened is that more and more of that Russian armor came pouring into Ukraine. And, at the beginning, we saw some howitzers that went through. Those themselves, of course, very powerful weapons. A howitzer shell can do a lot of damage. Then also main battle tanks, which clearly had been dug in on the front line on Russian territory, and then just simply took the main road into Ukrainian territory, also because it seemed to us as though the front line was advancing. But especially towards the evening hours and then the night hours, which is where we are right now, it was really long convoys of Russian trucks that also went across, some with armored vehicles, but some also without. So it certainly seems as though the offensive that we're seeing from the Russians, the invasion, is very much ongoing, is very much speeding up, and certainly shows no signs of letting down. It really is a very dangerous situation, but one where you clearly see that the Russians are pressing this offensive, and they certainly have a lot of troops in that border area that are advancing. Aaron?
All right, Fred, thank you very much. It's just such crucial context because you realize, right, the manpower is coming in and coming in and coming in. It's filling up the balloon. And the question is, of course, where it's going to go. There has been fighting, I want to emphasize, throughout the day in that region, along the south, up in the north, by Chernobyl, outside Kyiv. So you have seen that. But again, that onslaught of tanks continuing to come in and weaponry. I want to go now to one of the members of Congress who was just briefed moments ago, Democratic Congresswoman Mike Sherrill. She sits on the House Armed Services Committee. She spent almost 10 years on active duty in the U.S. Navy, where she was a pilot for missions throughout Europe and a Russian policy officer. So, Congresswoman, you know more about this than anyone, and you just got this briefing. So, given your knowledge and background, what did you learn in that briefing?
Well, I think what we heard in that briefing was about the invasion, certainly about the missiles coming in, stuff that you have been reporting on and seeing. We've heard that there are areas of heavy fighting. The Ukrainians are fighting back in certain areas. And then we heard about the strength of our NATO and EU alliances. I'll just give you some quotes. I know Secretary Austin said that we take Article 5 seriously and we will, quote, defend every inch of NATO territory. Secretary Blinken saying this will be a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering, and Russia alone is responsible. We also then went in with Secretary Yellen and Raimundo to talk about the current economic sanctions. And I think, as you see this, this is something our intelligence community has been saying since November, that Putin was moving forward. And I think this is a completely unprovoked attack. It's really shocking and appalling to see these tanks moving in, not provoked, in a fledgling democracy like Ukraine.
So, U.S. intelligence was right. When Secretary Blinken said that missiles would come down across Ukraine, that was what he thought would happen, people, most people anywhere did not think that actually was going to happen. Maybe there were a few, but most people did not. And they certainly did not think that here. They did not think that here. Okay. And then it happened to them. So given that U.S. intel was right, what does U.S. intel say about Putin's next steps now? Because they're very unclear sitting here.
So, Aaron, as part of the reason I went to Ukraine on the foreign affairs delegation, the bipartisan delegation that we took to Brussels and then Ukraine a couple of weeks ago, was to understand what was happening, because we had been hearing from U.S. intelligence since November that this attack, this invasion was coming.
Yes.
We were seeing the troops massing on the border, and yet hearing from Ukraine that trying to quell the fears. When we met with leadership, though, I do believe they realized it, but the economic assaults were oncoming. So we have been working to get them what they need: Stingers, Javelins, and we are hearing that some of those have been used today to, in effect, fight back against the Russians. And then Putin has come in. We've seen him taking over a larger swath of Ukraine, quite frankly, further to the west than I would have predicted. But really taking over large swath. We've seen the troops throughout Belarus and coming in from Belarus with some of the military from Belarus. So it looks as if Putin is there trying to take over Ukraine. And quite frankly, this is what he said he was going to do. He has put out very forcefully. Yes. He believes this is part of the Russian territory. He is trying to reassert the sphere of influence. What I think he might not have expected is the unity of NATO, is the reassertion of our transatlantic alliances. And then, of course, he has said he did not want NATO troops in the region. Well, this has drawn an inordinate amount of NATO troops into the region.
Right. Which I know, there's questions about what that means for Putin himself as well. Thank you very much, Congresswoman. I appreciate your time. And I want to go on the back of that now to James Clapper, who was the Director of National Intelligence under President Obama and the Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency under President George H.W. Bush, also a retired Lieutenant General in the U.S. Air Force. General, I appreciate your time. So we are now in the early hours of a new day here in Ukraine. President Zelensky just said the enemy has entered Kyiv. He says, quote, according to our information, the enemy marked me as target number 1, my family as target number 2. He did then say that he is in the government area of Kyiv. He was specific about where he was. He said he wasn't leaving. You heard Matthew Chance say that he is in an undisclosed bunker there somewhere. What is your reaction to what Zelensky is saying?
Well, it's heartrending on the first level. But I think it gets to what Putin's objective is, immediate objective, is to decapitate the leadership of Ukraine and to install subsequently puppets who will be more compliant and obedient to Moscow. So I think he's very realistic, very stark, and in my mind, very heartrending.
Putin has threatened anyone, General, who supports Ukraine with, quote, consequences greater than any you have faced in history. The words stand out. President Biden answered a question about it. He was asked about what Putin meant today after his speech, and here's the exchange.
Is he threatening a nuclear strike?
I have no idea what he's threatening.
General, how likely is it that Russia would attack the United States, as he's threatening to do, and what could that attack look like?
Well, first, I found the warning that Putin issued chilling. coming on the heels of the theatrical nuclear exercise in which they drilled their version of the triad, their strategic nuclear forces. So what is potentially implied, of course, is almost incomprehensible. But the Russians have a little different attitude about the use of nuclear weapons than we do. I think what it would mean in practice, probably, at least initially, would be cyber attacks. So as these sanctions take hold and start to cause pain, I'd rather doubt Putin will sit still for that. And so he will retaliate with pain on us. And that will take the form initially, I think, of cyber attacks, for example, given sanctions against our financial sector or even portions of our critical infrastructure.
Right, which of course be incredibly destabilizing and serious. But as say you said it so well. I think those words are chilling for anyone when they listen to them. I want to ask you one other thing, General, if I may, and that is the fierce fighting that we understood took place around Chernobyl, sort of in the north of this country, at the Chernobyl nuclear accident site, which is in Ukraine, about 80 miles from the capital. So the agency that runs the plant confirmed to CNN that Russian forces have taken control of it. Again, we understand there was fierce fighting there. What do you think Putin is looking for there? And do you have any concerns about that situation with the toxic waste that's there?
I have very serious concerns about it, and I'm surprised there hasn't been more focus on this. I think the reason the Russians seized on that as a primary target is they wanted to have control of it and not have to rely on the Ukrainians to protect it, particularly a Ukrainian who might be motivated to sabotage it to make it look like the Russian caused another disaster. Moreover, there are some 15 active nuclear reactors in Ukraine spread across 4 complexes. And so the Russians, who are not known for being discriminate about targeting, if they either wittingly or unwittingly attack one of these active nuclear facilities, we could have a Chernobyl ×2, which would be a disaster for the region, to include, ironically enough, Russia. So I'm very concerned about the nuclear infrastructure, whether past or present in Ukraine.
Thank you very much, General. I appreciate your thoughts, despite that very sobering assessment.
Stay
Next,
safe
we're going
out
to
there.
take you to the Kharkiv region. Thank you so much, General. Ukrainian soldiers have blown up a bridge and a dam to try to prevent Russian troops from advancing. Plus, as Russian forces move into Ukraine, we are seeing more Ukrainians leave, and we're going to take you just across the border to Poland, where evacuees are now gathering. We understand some people here already leaving this country are waiting up to 9 hours. And we're live in Moscow, where anti-war protesters took to the streets. More than 1,700 reportedly arrested. And when you hear what they were threatened with, what they were told would be the consequences, and you think that they protested anyway, you will be amazed.
I just heard a big bang.
CNN is in Ukraine.
People across this country are bracing for what will happen tonight.
And in Russia.
There is no authorization for an anti-war protest.
On the front lines.
There are just hundreds of people who are hunkered down here.
And the first thing you really see are these long lines at ATMs.
At this critical moment.
We're covering this from all around the world.
In Moscow, Ukraine.
And this
is CNN.
Nothing is ever given to you in life. If you want to be a great businessman, you got to put in the work. And the same applies to survivors of trafficking. My name is Given Kachepa, and I'm now a dentist in Dallas, Texas. I grew up in Zambia. We grew up very poor. I was trafficked into the United States by an organization known as TTT Partners in Education. The mission of the organization was to go to African countries and bring kids to America to sing in churches. We were singing in malls. We were singing in schools. So the ministry had different ways of making revenue, and yet those of us that were singing were not receiving a penny from that. My dental practice is based here in North Dallas. We've been here now 5 years. It's been an exciting, wonderful journey. My goal as a dentist in the future is opening up clinics in Zambia. We have 2 of them that we've built from the ground up. And being a business person today, I just cannot foresee a situation in which I would work somebody without compensating them for the work that they're doing. It's important to me that we all try to get along and make life a little bit easier for each other.
Wednesday,
My fellow Americans,
President Joe Biden, his first State of the Union address. Anderson Cooper and Jake Tapper host. Special live coverage Wednesday on CNN.
We continue to follow the breaking news in Ukraine amid Russia's invasion of this country. And Kharkiv, Ukraine's second biggest city, becoming a major target for Russia now. President Zelensky describing the fighting there as some of the most intense of the invasion so far. Sam Kiley is out front. He is in Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine, which is near the Russian border. Scott McLean is in Medyka, Poland. We're going to talk to both of you, such important parts of this story. First, though, Sam, let me start with you. I understand Ukrainian soldiers blowing up a bridge and a dam east of Kharkiv. The goal there to try to cut off access to Russian troops who had seized a nearby area to try to block them from coming in further. That's according to Ukrainian media. Tell me what you are seeing.
Yeah, so we got these reports have been confirmed of these 2 destructions of bridges or bridges over dams out to the east. That is to try to prevent reinforcements being brought in for what is feared is going to be or could be an attack here on Kharkiv, the second biggest city in the whole country, population of at least 1.5 million. But importantly, 75% of them speak Russian as a mother tongue. That does not mean, of course, that they are natural sympathizers with this unprovoked invasion. Indeed, the city is now mostly dark. All the public lighting has been switched off. Earlier today, though, Erin, the city was struck with missiles or military installations in and near the city were struck with missiles from the early hours of the morning until well after dusk. Not non-stop, but in sporadic and quite heavy bombardments from time to time. We now understand that from Fred Pleitgen that they're seeing where he is, which is only 50 miles or less from where I'm standing on the other side of the Russian border, significant movements of armor now, both main battle tanks and 155 mobile howitzer units. These are formidable ground invasions straight out of the Soviet playbook, the very big, heavy muscle moves that the Soviets used to like to do. Clearly, the Russians have inherited that. They do offer up a degree of vulnerability, too, to the infanteers here in Ukraine if they are going to be deployed with the Javelin and the NLAW shoulder-launched missiles. So there is an opportunity for the Ukrainian military to consolidate, and no doubt that is what is going on, because there has not yet been sufficient momentum in the Russians to actually come into the city. They may not decide to try to do that. They certainly don't have enough troops to take over and control a city of 1.5 million people, but they are potentially being blocked by the Ukrainians. We anticipate some pretty bloody days ahead.
Yeah. Sam, thank you very much. And breaking now, the White House says the United States will accept Ukrainian refugees and is prepared to help European countries, Poland obviously first among them, where there is now a large number of Ukrainians coming to the border. Scott McLean is out front live from Poland's border with Ukraine. And Scott, I just want to ask you, of course, what you're seeing there, and also the context that we're learning now that you have in this martial law that no man between the ages of 18 and 60 is allowed to leave the country. So I know that that's, curious what you're seeing. And also, obviously, that means a lot of families will be separated.
You are seeing a lot of families, Aaron, and what virtually everyone has told us is that they expect to go back. People are coming here. Nobody expects to live in Poland for the rest of their life and claim refugee status here. Everyone expects that their stay here will be maybe a week, maybe a month, maybe longer, but everybody expects to go back. I just want to give you a quick lay of the land here. When you arrive here, just in the last couple of hours, they've been handing out these leaflets, and essentially they're printed in 4 languages. They explain that if you're fleeing conflict in Ukraine, you will be allowed in, and then they list these reception centers that you can go to if you have no other place to go in Poland, and that is where they will find a place for you and your family to sleep. Let me just swing the camera around for you if I can, and you can see some of the people who have fled across the border. This is a pedestrian crossing, and you'll see a lot of women. You'll see a lot of children. We have seen a few men as well between the ages of 18 and 60, but some of them whom we spoke to seem to have second passports that they were going on. This is one of the buses that will take people to one of these reception centers, and then they will fan out across the country from there. Virtually everybody coming across this border, Aaron, has gotten to the other side on taxi, train, bus, however they could, and then walked across. The reason that you're not seeing more people here, though, is because there is a huge backlog on the other side where you have to get an exit stamp from the Ukrainians. We are hearing reports. There was one gentleman actually who's waiting for his wife. He's been here for hours. When I spoke to him about 2-3 hours ago, she had been waiting for 4 hours already, and she was still about a half a mile away from getting her passport actually stamped. Here's another account of someone who woke up this morning and realized there was war. Listen.
It was very scary because we woke in the morning and received a call that a war with Russia has started. So we immediately packed our things, items, first necessities, and financial means, and immediately left for the border. At the border, we had to wait for 9 hours to cross the border.
And Aaron, I should just clarify, one of the things that you will not see here is any kind of presence from the UNHCR. In Europe, it is each country that is responsible for the refugees who are coming in. The UNHCR only has 10 employees in Poland, and they'll only help if asked by the government, and so far, they haven't been.
All right, thank you very much. I really appreciate that, Scott. And I think it's so fascinating, as you say, you do see so many women and children, but as Scott points out, that the men between the ages of 18 and 60 that he's seen seem to have been traveling on a second passport. Obviously, it is a significant development in this country. Last night we told you reservists had to stay. Now it's all men have to remain in the country. Next, we are learning new details tonight about what Putin is thinking as he wages this unbelievable, unprovoked, and stunning war on Ukraine. Plus, we're live in Russia, where more than 1,000 anti-war protesters have been arrested, despite a direct, personal, and chilling threat from Putin's authorities.
Business never sleeps. As the sun sets in Seoul and Shanghai, deals are signed in Dubai, and Europe is already in play. New York prepares to make its first move. I'm Julia Chatterley, journalist, global market analyst, and host of CNN's First Move. Join me in the financial capital of the world for market-moving perspective on the news influencing global politics, culture, and finance. I'll speak to newsmakers, risk takers, and the ultimate game changers.
Bold moves, big deals, winning trades. It's all right here. Make CNN your first move.
First Move with Julia Chatterley. Weekdays on CNN.
We try to be global and we try to be smart. And we try very hard to get both of those every week. But I want to hear our authentic voices of people who are passionate or intelligent about a subject, who will make you smarter, move you emotionally, who will kind of challenge your mind or move your heart. And that's the consistency that we try to get at.
Fareed Zakaria GPS, Sunday on CNN.
I'm Jumana Karachi in Istanbul, and this is CNN.
Onze aarde warmt nog steeds op. Daarom moeten we meer vergroenen. Als miljoenen Afrikaanse boeren worden empowered, kan het moedercontinent in 10 jaar worden vergroend. Dus dig in, help mee, breng iedereen in beweging. Dig in, laat je horen voor de nieuwe generatie. Vaders, moeders, kinderen, iedereen. Dig in. En kijk wat jij kan doen op justdigit.org. Cooling down the planet. Just dig it.
Let op! Kijkwijzer 16 jaar.
Kijk wat je nog meer kunt doen op kijkwijzer.nl.
Veel kinderen met een metabole ziekte halen hun eerste verjaardag niet eens. Met onderzoek maken we deze verschrikkelijke ziekte behandelbaar. Steun onderzoek. Steun Metakids. Ga naar www.metakids.nl.
Of London, and this is CNN.
Breaking news, Secretary of State Antony Blinken responding to Putin's threat that anyone who supports Ukraine will face, and I quote, consequences greater than any you have faced in history.
I can't begin to get into his head and to say exactly what he means by that, by those kinds of words, that kind of bluster. But again, we've been prepared for whatever course that he chooses to take.
This comes as the Kremlin says Putin held a, quote, serious and frank phone call with the French President Emmanuel Macron today as he wages war with Ukraine. Out front now, John Cipher, former CIA Deputy Chief of Russian Operations, and Andrea Kendall-Taylor, the former Deputy National Intelligence Officer for Russia and Eurasia at the National Intelligence Council. Thanks so much to both. John, I want to start with you. The Kremlin says Macron initiated this call with Putin. They're always careful in these things. And a call initiated by the French president. But it said Putin gave an exhaustive explanation for his decision to carry out this, he calls it, military operation. So it's extensive. He goes on and on. He defends himself. You get that kind of information from Macron, who's the only one sort of still having these conversations with Putin. Do you think it's important that Macron keep having them?
No, I don't think it's important that Macron keep having them. In fact, Macron must be sort of embarrassed because, you know, he's talked to Putin several times now and Putin's lied to his face several times now. It wasn't but a week ago where Macron met with him in person and was told that the Russian leader had no plans whatsoever to enter Ukraine. And so, you know, I think this is more about Macron trying to show his importance in Europe and his importance at home before an election. You know, and I give him credit for trying, but at this point, we know who Vladimir Putin is. He lies to your face. He just invaded an innocent country. That's essentially just murdering innocent citizens. So, I'm not sure what Macron's up to, but I don't put much stock in it.
Andrea, Macron holding the calls. President Biden, though, today was very clear when asked whether he would speak with the Russian leader. Definitive. He said no. Obviously, it's a very different approach. Not saying it would get anywhere, but do you think that Biden is doing the right thing by closing down any lines of communication directly?
Yeah, I think at this point, the dialogue doesn't make a lot of sense because the thing to remember is that we, the United States and Europe, spent the last 2 months engaged in very intense dialogue with Russia. And the tanks rolling over the border now show that Russia had, very little genuine interest in that dialogue. And I don't think they do now. So at this point, normally I would say I'm a strong proponent of dialogue, including with Putin. We shouldn't think of it as a reward, but something that countries do to try to avoid miscommunication. But at this phase in the conflict, unless Putin does something to show that he actually is serious and genuine this time, I think that's a good call from President Biden.
So, John, stark words today from Bernard Guetta. He is a member of the European Parliament for France. He told France Inter Radio, and I quote him, "I think Vladimir Putin is losing touch with reality." He was then directly asked whether Putin has gone mad, and he replied very definitively, yes. Do you agree?
I don't think Putin's gone mad. I think he's doing sort of what he said he was going to do. I think it's really incumbent on leaders like President Biden and others and these leaders in NATO to message their own people, to make it clear to them why this is important. So if we feel some pain at the pump or whatever, we understand why it's very important, but also to message the Russians. If there's anyone that's suffering here, not as much as the Ukrainians, but other than the Ukrainians, it's the Russian people. In the great tradition of the Russian czars and the Communist Party bosses, Putin's treating his people like animals. He's throwing them under the bus. The economy is going to be ruined for maybe a decade. He's going to be supplicant to China. Russia is going to be a pariah on the international stage. It's going to be hard for Russians to travel. There's repression, increased repression inside Russia, and body bags are going to be coming home. So really, we need to have some sort of communication to the Russian people because it's clear that their leader doesn't care a whit about them.
So, Andrea, let me ask you, where do you think this goes next in the sense of you got these tanks coming over that Fred is talking about that have been pouring into this country. And you have Antony Blinken tonight saying that he thinks that Putin is looking at some sort of massive human rights violation of the Ukrainian people. Do you think that civilians will be purposefully in the crosshairs? That has not happened yet.
I think, when thinking about the Russians and their way of warfare, it is entirely possible. You think about how Russia has fought wars in Chechnya. There's not a strong regard for human life. We've heard reporting that Russia has put together kill lists, people that they will go after in Putin's own speeches. We've heard him talk about he wants to find justice, to do justice. Thinking back to what happened in 2014. So, I think it's entirely possible that they will not have a lot of reservations in targeting civilians if it achieves Putin's aims.
Mm-hmm. Thank you both. I really appreciate your time tonight. And our breaking news coverage continues this hour with sobering new numbers coming out tonight on the deadly toll Putin's invasion is already having on the Ukrainian military, plus the fighting affecting markets around the world. So the crucial question, how big will its impact be on the world economy and the U.S. economy?
Over the last 2 years, we have begun to realize that this is not something that's going to go away. And I think the more we read about the experts talking about it, we recognize that this is something we're going to have to live with. I do hope, though, a year from now, though, we don't have this very high number of infections at once that disrupt so much of society. And we end up in something, look, we live with the flu. Every year in the winter, we have a flu vaccine that we go and we get. And some people get sick. And hopefully we'll be in that sort of a situation. And it'd be wonderful if we can be, because this is very disruptive to what we're trying to accomplish. Supply demand drives the price of an airline ticket or a hotel reservation right now. So if you end up with a situation where people all of a sudden are not traveling, you'll have a slight decrease in the price. Long term, though, I feel you end up with an equilibrium. We'll get back to something a little bit more normal.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
They called for backup and none has arrived.
To fight against terrorism, to protect Russia's as a little boy.
There, another shot.
It's very nice to meet you. I wish you the best.
And the protesters are recommending.
When you freeze fruits and vegetables, you actually help lock in nutrients, especially vitamin C. So if you've got extra fruit you might not eat right away, freezing is a great choice. In fact, you'll often get more nutrients out of the food if you freeze it when it's fresh than if you let the produce sit in your refrigerator. A University of Georgia study found that after 5 days, most fresh produce loses vitamin content, especially vitamin A, vitamin C, and folate. Freezing is a way to push the pause button. So keep your freezer full of fruits and veggies to enjoy in smoothies or as side dishes. And you don't have to do it yourself. Buying frozen fruits and vegetables is a healthy choice too. Frozen peas or spinach may contain more vitamin C than their counterparts that have been sitting in the produce section for days.
Breaking news, it comes as Ukrainian President Zelensky is announcing at least 137 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed in day one of Russia's devastating invasion. And the attacks are escalating tonight, with sabotage groups entering Ukraine's capital. Out front now, Michael Kaufman. He is director of Russia studies at CNNi. He is closely tracking the movements of Russian forces. He's been doing it for weeks, especially over the past 24 hours, and know the force capability so well here. These are the crucial questions, Michael. So Ukrainian officials believe Putin's plan right now is to circle Kyiv, overthrow the Ukrainian government. What do you see when you look at Russian military forces as they take the capital? You saw those Russian special forces nearby as an example. What do you see when you look at everything that we've been able to video in Kyiv?
I think you are seeing a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and there are two principal elements, at least, to this operation. The first is a series of pincer movements towards the capital, Kiev, as you just mentioned, from the north. There was, at the beginning of the operation, a heliborne assault to basically seize an airport by Russian airborne units. It seems like they were repelled. But if anything, they were probably stalling for the main body of advance, which is still coming towards the capital. And then an attempt at a very large pincer movement, attacks to the northeast from the Kharkiv direction, and a very large breakout of Russian forces from the south in Crimea.
So we have some new video just into CNN that shows a dramatic fire engulfing the military school in northeastern Ukraine. What kind of destruction are you seeing from Russian forces across the country, right? We hear the artillery fire, we hear the thuds around this country. What is the destruction that all of this has wrought thus far?
So there's been a lot of sightings of fighting at night, urban warfare, particularly, let's say, around the towns like Sumy. The Russian military had opened up with very large barrages of multiple launch rocket systems. Although the initial campaign sort of starting off with cruise missiles and precision strikes, the Russian military is a very firepower heavy military. It's fundamentally an artillery army with a lot of tanks and mortar rifle infantry, and it uses that artillery to decisive effect. And so you've seen tremendous amount of shelling and use of different types of rocket systems.
Yeah, I mean, short range, long range, cruise missiles, mid range, I mean, all of them. Today, we took some video of Ukrainian tanks leaving a military base outside Lviv that had been hit by 2 rockets, and that's why we were out there. So one of these convoys that were going out with some equipment, this one you can see the tank. The tank appears to be sort of Soviet era. What do you know about the capabilities of Ukraine's military and their ability to fight back right now?
So while Ukraine has a sizable conventional military and definitely has been fighting back, the reality is that military is outmatched quantitatively and qualitatively by that of Russia's in many of these axes of attack, and it's a pretty sizable invasion. Just on the ground alone, in terms of numbers, the Ukrainian military is likely to be outnumbered 2 or 3 to 1. And that's not counting all the advantages and sort of multipliers that Russian air power brings to the table. So it's the military that's been fighting back, but you definitely see a number of areas where Russian military has broken through. There's just far more Russian forces arrayed with a much greater amount of support in this fight.
All right, thank you so much. And next, anti-war protesters taking to the streets in Russia in spite of Putin's very serious threat. Plus, an inside look at the toll this invasion could have on the U.S. economy.
The phrase simple but elegant perfectly describes any Calatrava. And any Calatrava shows what Patek can do with very little.
The first version of the Calatrava was launched in 1932, and the Patek Calatrava was inspired by the Bauhaus design principle, and we can see that in the most vintage and the most modern Patek Calatravas in the lineup.
Another point is, the visible parts of the watch, the case, the lugs, the hands, are all exquisitely finished. By finish, I mean the hours a craftsperson spends polishing those parts.
The Patek line of watches, and specifically the Calatrava, is a simple and elegant designed watch that is definitely most certainly timeless, and I think it embodies the saying that they have that you never really own a Patek, you merely look after it and kind of take care of it for the next generation.
We are continuing to cover the breaking news following Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its wider impact. The Russian economy today did take a hit. In fact, the Russian currency, the ruble, dropped to its absolute lowest level in history against the U.S. dollar. Markets opened down 50%. Now, they actually only closed the day down 33%. President Putin warning Russian business leaders, the richest, the wealthiest, the oligarchs, that there would be further economic restrictions, referring to sanctions, calling on them to work, quote, in solidarity with their government. Nick Robertson is out front in Moscow tonight. And Nick, you and I were talking through the day today. Protests broke out across Russia. You witnessed one in Moscow. You saw police detaining people, literally putting them in the van, but not before you had a chance to talk to some of the protesters. So tell me what they told you. And obviously they were protesting knowing that the repercussions could be lifelong.
Yeah, the government made that really clear, telling protesters it wasn't authorized, that you could be arrested, that you could be convicted. If you get convicted, then that could be, on your record forever, and that could damage your future employment prospects. So a lot of people, heard that, and they know that in this country, if you go out and protest on the streets, the police can bundle you up, take you off, that the repercussions can be really harsh, really serious. And despite that, a lot of people came out. There was a scattered protest, more than 900 arrested in Moscow. But we went to some of the quieter side streets, found some people there to talk to, and it's heart-wrenching listening to people. They really feel the pain of a government that's not acting in their name, that they're shocked at what it's doing, that they really feel for the people in Ukraine. And they don't know what they can do. The protest is all they have. This is what some of the things that they told me.
Cannot express how much pain we feel now. It hurts because it's for our friends, our relatives.
I'm just scared, shocked, and I don't believe to our government.
There's big graffiti being painted on the walls down some of those side streets now as well. No to the war. That's not going to make Putin feel any better about the situation he's in, but he's trying to crush these protests because he doesn't want them to grow. This was a relatively large protest for Moscow across the country, given the fact that people really had zero time to prepare for it, Erin.
Yeah, zero time. They woke up to war, just like we woke up to war here. No one knew that it was exactly coming that night. And citizens, thank you so much. And I want to bring in Jim Bianco, economic analyst, president of Bianco Research. So Jim, over so many years, you and I have talked about economic crises, and here we are talking about a war, a different type of crisis. U.S. markets obviously plunged at the open. They did rally by the end of the day, but this is day one of what's going to be a long military invasion. It's day one of a different world in terms of war in Europe. And frankly, nobody has any idea what way it's going to go. So how badly could this war affect the U.S. economy?
Well, you've got to put it in the context of where the economy was. We were worried about inflation. The markets had been correcting because of higher prices. Now, nothing I see in this war is going to produce lower prices. We're probably going to see higher prices for energy and grains between the Ukraine and Russia. That's 20% of world grain exports right there. If nothing else, there's going to be a supply problem. They're going to have either lack of personnel or broken equipment. And so you're looking at even higher prices. So when the Federal Reserve and people start worrying about high prices and inflation, what happened in the last 24 hours is probably going to make that a little bit worse.
Yeah, and I think it's so important you point out, people think of energy, and that's accurate, of course, but food. And that is a really crucial thing that comes from Ukraine. Now, the other thing, of course, is energy. And you saw energy, surge to $100 a barrel. This is, you're at 7-8-year highs now. President Biden is vowing to ease some of the pain Americans will feel at the pump. But look, this is not good if it comes to energy supply, right? That's just the reality of it. When you look at oil and gas and Russia being impacted by these severe sanctions. So what happens to gas prices in the U.S.?
Yeah, Russia is the second largest producer of exporter of energy in the world behind Saudi Arabia. So it's most likely going to be some kind of a restriction in world oil. Remember, oil is fungible. And what that means is it doesn't matter if they ship it to us or they ship it to Europe or anywhere else. That means that whoever receives it then doesn't have to get it from another source that we get it from. So it all works together. So if there's going to be some kind of restriction in oil production, it means higher prices. We're probably going to see higher prices from what we've seen with the run-up in oil over the last week or two. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like the oil prices are going to start going down anytime soon. They may moderate, but that just means they're going to hold the high prices.
All right. Thank you very much, Jim. And next, we're going to take you outside to what we saw through the day. Told you we went to that base, but we also walked around to see what regular people were doing, civilians, and you're going to see what gripped the city today.
Hey, I'm Anderson Cooper. I'm excited to let you know that my digital show Full Circle is back. You can watch every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, 6 p.m. live Eastern Time or anytime on demand. And to make sure you never miss a show, you can get alerts on every episode via the CNN app. I'll see you then.
I'm Becky Anderson, 200 meters above the city of Dubai. This is CNN.
Each hole is about 10,000 square.
Onze aarde warmt nog steeds op. Daarom moeten we meer vergroenen. Als miljoenen Afrikaanse boeren worden empowered, kan het moedercontinent in 10 jaar worden vergroend. Dus dig in, help mee, breng iedereen in beweging. Dig in, laat je horen voor de nieuwe generatie. Vaders, moeders, kinderen, iedereen. Dig in. En kijk wat jij kan doen op justdigit.org. Cooling down the planet. Just dig it.
Let op! Kijkwijzer 16 jaar.
Kijk wat je nog meer kunt doen op kijkwijzer.nl.
Veel kinderen met een metabole ziekte halen hun eerste verjaardag niet eens. Met onderzoek maken we deze verschrikkelijke ziekte behandelbaar. Steun onderzoek. Steun Metakids. Ga naar www.metakids.nl.
And this is CNN.
Today across Ukraine, shock, utter disbelief, fear, and then an odd calm. The only places we saw groups of people were ATM lines. Every single ATM. Some ran out of money, although we did see some still had money early this evening. Then there were the gas lines. This one is outside the city. And again, we did see a few stations had run out, but the lines were incredibly calm. I spoke to some people, and one woman told me as her voice broke that she had had a plan to leave for Poland if the unimaginable happened. But when it did, she decided to stay. She says she's staying, quote, until the end. And there's so much we don't know tonight, but we do know that the people that we have met here over the past couple of weeks have all had an incredible, powerful reservoir of strength. Thanks so much for joining us. AC360 starts now.
Good evening. Ukraine tonight bracing for what the coming hours might bring. Already it's seen Russian forces attack on 3 fronts, with concerns now growing about what one American lawmaker, a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, said could be an imminent move on the capital. Speaking late tonight, Ukraine's President Zelensky said that Russian saboteurs were already there targeting him.
According to our information, the enemy has marked me as target number 1. My family is target number 2. They want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. We have information that enemy sabotage groups have entered Kyiv.
Secretary of State Blinken spoke to that threat as well tonight on ABC News.
I'm not in a position to comment on exactly what's going on the ground at this moment, but what we do know, and part of the Russian plan has been to put Kyiv in danger, to assault the capital, to go after other major cities. We're seeing forces come in from the north, from the east, from the south, and that's all part of the plan that we've laid out for the world in recent weeks.
You're convinced Putin's going to overthrow this government?
I'm convinced he's going to try to do that.
Well, if true, it would be chilling, certainly, but not exactly unknown or unthinkable in the Russian or the Soviet way of waging war. But already 137 Ukrainian troops have been killed, according to President Zelensky, 316 wounded, with more fighting almost certain in the coming hours. As only CNN can, we've got reporting tonight up close where it's all happening. CNN's Jim Sciutto is in Lviv. CNN's Clarissa Ward is in Kharkiv. CNN contributor Jill Doherty is in Moscow for us, and CNN's Caitlin Collins is at the White House. And because there's so much to catch up with, let's begin with this from Jim Sciutto.
Ukrainian airports under bombardment. Air raid sirens across the country. Explosions still lighting up the sky outside the city of Kharkiv tonight. These are scenes of what many thought could never happen. An unprovoked Russian invasion into Ukraine on a massive scale. The biggest war in Europe since World War II. Russian forces began hitting targets across Ukraine overnight. A senior U.S. defense official said Russia has now launched more than 160 missiles. Russian President Vladimir Putin announced what he called a special military operation. He refused to call it a war.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences.
Today, President Biden implemented a massive wave of sanctions in response to the invasion.
This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia.
He made it clear that the U.S. would not send troops to fight in Ukraine, but the Pentagon announced that some 7,000 U.S. troops that had been placed on standby would be sent to Europe, possibly to bolster the defensive NATO response force.
I've also spoken with Defense Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, about preparations for additional moves should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies.
Ukrainian forces are fighting back. They say they shot down at least 2 Russian helicopters and 5 other aircraft. A senior U.S. official familiar with the latest intelligence assessments tells me there is fairly good resistance by the Ukrainians, particularly around the city of Kharkiv. However, it's the U.S. view that Russia has already established air superiority over Ukraine. Its intent to control at least the eastern 2/3 of the country. Russian troops allowed a CNN team to film them on the ground. These forces less than 20 miles from the capital, Kyiv. And tonight, Ukraine says the Russian military has taken control of Chernobyl, the site of the infamous 1986 nuclear disaster. Some Ukrainian citizens attempted to flee, with a possible refugee crisis developing.
My family stays in Lviv, and I feel like I don't know when I will see them. You know, I don't know if any of them will die or my friends will die.
As Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky urges calm and shows strength.
Dear world leaders, leaders of the free world, if you don't help us today with a strong and powerful response, war will come knocking at your door tomorrow.
The horrors of Putin's war are becoming apparent. In multiple cities, civilians were killed as Russian forces shelled residential areas and beyond.
That was Jim Sciutto reporting. We're going to talk to Jim in just a moment. He's in the western part of the country. I want to start with Clarissa Ward, who is in the east. 24 hours ago, Clarissa, you said Kharkiv felt like a city on edge. In Jim's report, there was talk about potential for resistance by Ukrainian forces around Kharkiv. What is it like now?
Well, Anderson, I don't know if you remember 24 hours ago, behind me, the public square in the center of the city here was all lit up. It was very quiet. It was certainly tense, but nothing like it has been today. There has been steady rounds of strikes coming around the town. There's a curfew in place now from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. We heard from the Kharkiv Military Civil Administration basically asking people to volunteer as drivers to try to keep the city functioning, to try to be able to continue basic services here. They've also been asking people to donate blood. Anderson, reportedly 400 people came forward today to do that. And as we saw, many were finding shelter in subway stations. It's just surreal to think there would have been commuters there one day, and then today, hundreds and hundreds of people, children, dogs, animals, families, hunkered down, waiting this out, trying to get a better sense of what's going to happen, because this city, as you just mentioned and as Jim mentioned in his report, is uniquely vulnerable. We're just 20 miles away from that border with Russia. We know that Russian troops have already come through. We hear that Ukrainian forces have been engaged in fighting them, trying to defend this area. But the real question becomes, at what point do they start an all-out assault on this city, if that is indeed their plan? It's also possible that they might try to surround the city or to lay siege to it or even to bypass it completely. But because there is such a lack of clarity here, Anderson, what you're seeing is an entire city of 1.4 million people in a state of deep fear and really not being given any information as to what they should do to protect themselves, where they can go that's safe. I asked one woman, I said, do you have a car? Is there somewhere you can go? And she said, but where? Yes, I have a car, but where is there to go? Where is safe in Ukraine anymore, Anderson?
Jim, you're in Lviv. Just in terms of what you've been seeing and hearing and what the people you have been talking to, where are people's heads at tonight?
Anderson, there's not a part of this country, the second largest country in Europe, in fact, after Russia, that has not been targeted by Russian airstrikes in the last, well, just under 24 hours. In Lviv, hit by rocket attacks just outside. There were light restrictions in the city because of that. And it shows the scope and breadth of this Russian operation. And just to give you a sense of how this country feels it is now necessary to respond, it was a short time ago that the Russian President Volodymyr Zelensky instituted a general mobilization order. That means calling on conscripts to come up. It means calling on reservists to come up and do their service. It also, really a remarkable requirement when we think about it, that all males aged 18 to 60 are now barred from leaving the country so that they can be called upon to help defend. The trouble, Anderson, and this is the sad fact of the mathematics of this war, is that the Ukrainian military is vastly outnumbered. It's outgunned, it's out-armored. Russia, as I mentioned in the story, already maintains air superiority. This is a mismatch. It's not clear that the Ukrainians fighting on their own can keep up this defense for long. U.S. military assessments of the battle are not hopeful, frankly, for the Ukrainian military. They're calling on everyone to do their part. It's not clear how long they can defend themselves.
Caitlin, what is the latest from the Biden administration tonight about how the invasion is unfolding, and talk about the sanctions that they've announced today?
Yeah, well, and they're monitoring what's happening right now very closely, given, of course, it was about this time last night when these attacks kicked off in earnest. And so they are watching closely. But you saw President Biden impose those sanctions today, the ones that he had been saving in case Putin took the steps that he took last night, invading and attacking Ukraine. But something that President Biden was pretty blunt about today during that press conference we had when he was taking questions is that these sanctions are going to take time to go into effect. And they are seen as a punishment for Putin for what he did last night. But President Biden said he ultimately hopes that they weaken the Kremlin, but he said it will take time. And ultimately, it won't prevent Putin from doing what he wants to do here. And I think one of the most chilling remarks that President Biden made during that press conference was saying that Putin is not just going after Ukraine. Yes, of course, you heard the Secretary of State say they believe they're going to try to overthrow the government there. You've heard the president in Ukraine say that they are targeting Kyiv, but the President Biden here at the White House saying today that he is going after rebuilding and restoring the entire Soviet empire, not just Ukraine. And so I think when you look at the sanctions that they imposed today, they felt like they had to do it because it's seen as a form of punishment, but they don't ultimately think that it was ever going to stop Putin from achieving this goal or was going to deter him from doing this.
And Caitlin, just in terms of sanctions, they are drastic sanctions. They are not the complete options that were, had been discussed in the past, personally going after Vladimir Putin's wealth, stopping all, U.S. dollar transactions in the international monetary system. Why didn't they decide to use everything they could have? Or could they, or did Europe not want to go along with some of that?
That is true for some of it. For others, they were basically trying to maximize the punishment for Russia, but minimize the effects that other countries in Europe would feel. Because it's not just the United States, as the president was saying today, could see energy prices affected by the response to this. But of course, Italy and Germany, this is top of mind for them. When it comes to SWIFT, the financial banking system, and potentially removing Russian banks from being able to use that, that is something that has to be done in agreement with the European Union. So it's just a very complicated process. And then, of course, for President Putin himself, that is something that President Biden has said in the past. He's told me he was considering. Today, he said it's still an option on the table, but he did not take that step today when he announced these sanctions. But they basically were trying to go after Russia in the ways that they could to maximize punishment on them, while also trying to be careful about the effects that it would have on other nations. I should note tonight that there are some Democrats on Capitol Hill, including Senator Bob Menendez, who say they do believe that these are good, but they need to go a little bit further.
Jill, what's the reaction you've been seeing in Russia today?
Well, if you look at the overall picture, you'd have to say that probably, according to one poll I saw, probably 3/4 of the country support the president. However, there are people who do not, and they were on the streets of Moscow, St. Petersburg, and a lot of other cities. In fact, about 1,700 people, last we saw, had been detained by the police in about 50 cities across Russia. They obviously are anti-war, but it is much more difficult now for people to go onto the streets. The authorities have made it very clear that if you do that, especially for young people, you can get a black mark in your record that could make it very difficult to go on to school. And I did check that there is a little bit of polling about what people think about this conflict. And there is an independent polling agency, the Levada Center, that says 60% think that NATO causes, the U.S. and NATO. And then also the numbers of people who are feeling negative about Ukraine have been going up quite significantly. About half, a little bit more, of the population here in Russia feels negatively toward Ukraine. That never used to be the case before.
Clarissa, as we mentioned, President Zelensky is saying that he believes he's the #1 target, his family is the #2 target. Is it clear what he intends to do?
Well, Anderson, we know that the Americans had been advising him to leave, because I think the very real fear here is that as the Russians close in on Kyiv potentially and try to install some puppet regime, his life could and appears to be in very real danger. Now, he says in that address that Jim referenced that he is going to stay in the capital, and one can assume his family as well for now. But the question becomes, is at some point that unsustainable? Does he have to leave? One other thing he said in that address, which really struck me, he said, I called the leaders of 27 European countries today to ask them about allowing Ukraine to join NATO, but all of them are too afraid at this stage to basically take on that kind of risk. And you can imagine how frustrating it is for him in this moment, despite the support, despite the sanctions, but to ultimately feel that Ukraine is basically alone in this on a military level. And as Jim said, outmanned, outgunned, outnumbered. I mean, it's an extraordinarily trying time for this country's leadership and, of course, for its people, Anderson.
Yeah. And I mean, as you said, for all the talk of sanctions, and that's a long-term thing, as you said, he knows that the country is on a military basis alone. Jim Sciutto, Clarissa Ward, Jill Doherty, Caitlin Collins, thank you. We'll come back to you when we come back. CNN military analyst and retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Layden joins us with a closer look at the Russian military capabilities in and surrounding Ukraine. Later, more on what Clarissa saw up close, something that's not been seen since the London Blitz in the Second World War. Civilians, men, women, and children taking shelter in the subways, trying to stay safe from Russian airstrikes and shelling.
None of us are safe until the world is really safe. And I was part of a World Economic Forum panel where I heard the former president of Liberia talk about how only 1 in 500 people in the developing world were vaccinated. And it really brings home this idea that, we might all be in our little bubble where we fight about vaccines or whatever, but at least we have access in the US, certainly. But for a lot of the world, access isn't even there. And until we really make a dent in this, I think it's foolhardy to believe we're going to get past and learn to live with COVID. So for us, it's really about helping people. It's what our employees believe in. It's what we think our customers believe in. And it's really about, and it's perfectly aligned with our goals as a company, which is we want people to be able to travel and come together across the world.
In the hub
Where East meets West, CNN Arabic is perfectly placed to find the facts. This is where stories happen. Politics, business, culture, real life. As the pace of change moves faster, we ask the important question. What is the truth? CNNArabic.com, celebrating 20 years.
Art is an universal language that inspires people to make a difference and to think about the situation. It doesn't only touch their mind, it touches their soul. My name is Audrey Decker, and I am the co-founder of Street Art for Mankind. Today, there are 152 million children, 1 child out of 10, who is suffering from child labor. Street Art for Mankind is a non-profit organization that believe in art for social change. And that's what we do with big murals made by artists from all around the world. We started Street Art for Mankind around the fight against child labor and trafficking. And we have a series of murals in the financial district of New York, which are called the Freedom Murals. We also have a billboard campaign that we did, and that's called the Free Children Campaign. And this one we did with the street artists, but also with people who are really involved in the cause, such as Ashley Judd, Mira Sorvino, Kailash Satyarthi, Siddharth Kara, and also Nick Kristof. Our dream for Street Art for Mankind is really to create outdoor museums everywhere around the world to have this capacity to inspire people and create art.
Wednesday.
My fellow Americans.
President Joe Biden, his first State of the Union address. Anderson Cooper and Jake Tapper host. Special live coverage Wednesday on CNN.
The breaking news this hour, Secretary of State Blinken says he's convinced that Russia will try to overthrow the Ukrainian government. Ukraine's president agreed tonight, saying that Russian units may already be in Kyiv, targeting him and his family. And other non-combatants as well, we should say. Homes, apartments, and other such locations have been hit, whether deliberately or not. This is video of a military academy in the northeastern town of Sumy. On social media, the school put out a statement saying that no students were there at the time. Joining us now with a broader look at the battlefield, CNN military analyst and retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Layden. Colonel Layden, I'm wondering what the latest is that we know about where Russian troops are and where they may be headed.
Right, Anderson. So what we know so far, of course, is we know that they're moving here toward Kharkiv. We've had, of course, a lot of reports, Fred Pleitkin on the Russian side and Sam Kiley on the Ukrainian side, telling us what's going on there. Well, what we're seeing is all these movements are occurring in a way that would possibly either encircle or be a direct hit on Kharkiv. So that's one area. The other area is from the south. This is where we've had naval activity, and that naval activity is actually quite important because what it can do is it can affect the port of Odessa or some of the other ports that are here and over here. Those areas are going to be extremely important if the Russians decide to take this area and move inland this way, or if they come down this way from Belarus. They've already done this, by the way. They've captured an airfield north of Kiev, and they've also captured the Chernobyl area, the old nuclear power plant that had the radiation accident, the worst in history. So these areas are basically what is happening with the activity of the Russians here. Now, everybody had been focused on the Donbas region. This is still an active theater, and what we see here is movements directly this way of Russian equipment into this area. Mainly, we're talking about self-propelled howitzers, guns, things like that that can actually be moved forward in a way that would help infantry units take further areas in this area. So when you combine all of this, you actually have a situation where you can bring in all the different pieces to bear. So we're talking aircraft, we're talking missiles, we're talking rockets that are fired at all of these different areas, and you see what parts of Ukraine they're actually covering. And it's a major area in that sense.
Just from a strategic standpoint, obviously we don't know what's in the mind of Vladimir Putin or his generals at this point, but just from your military knowledge, does it make more sense to surround a city like Kharkiv and kind of come back to it later if you're trying to establish control over the entire country? I mean, do you want to try to get troops on the ground in as many places as possible to lock it down and then move in on heavily populated cities, or do you do that all at once?
Well, sometimes it really depends on what your ultimate goal is. If the ultimate goal is, like we think it might be, that they take over Kiev, then, and to basically decapitate the Ukrainian government, then it would make sense to surround and bypass cities like Kharkiv. Go over, take the big objective first, and then go back and take care of the rest. Kind of a mopping up operation would be what they would do in that case. So it really depends on the ultimate goal, but I think what they're going to be doing is they're going to go for Kiev, and they're going to do it in a way that would decapitate the government that exists there. That's at least going to be their attempt.
And that's what President Zelensky said tonight, that he believes Russian sabotage groups have already entered the Ukrainian capital. If that is, in fact, Vladimir Putin's target, what is stopping him from taking it, essentially? I mean, do we know much about the defenses? You know, it seems like Ukraine in general was always pushing back on the idea that this was an imminent invasion. I don't know if that meant that they were not preparing for an imminent invasion, or if that's just something they were saying. But do we know much about the defenses around a place like Kiev or even Kharkiv?
So we know that the defenses were not adequate, to be really frank about it. That doesn't mean that they are completely ineffective, but they were certainly no match. They are certainly no match for the potential Russian forces that can be arrayed against them. Ukraine spent about 1/10 of the budget of the Russians on their defenses in general. And when it came to things like air defense, the state of affairs with the air defense system was actually so bad that it couldn't be fixed in time when it came to the operations that are going on now. They took a look at this in December and concluded that it couldn't be taken care of and modernized in a way that would have prevented the air superiority that the Russian Air Force now has over Ukraine.
Colonel Layden, I appreciate your time. Thank you. Well, continuing to monitor the latest developments, we also want to take a look further ahead, if it's possible, to get some sense of what Vladimir Putin's next steps might be, not to mention all we can glean about what might affect his decision-making. Joining us for that, David Remnick. He is, in addition to being editor of The New Yorker, also a noted Russia observer, reporter, and historian, as well as author of the indispensable book, Lenin's Tomb, The Last Days of the Soviet Empire. So, David, you heard President Biden talk about this in his speech today, Putin's desire to remake the Soviet Union. Do you think that is actually, I mean, it may be an ideological aim. Do you think it's an actual realistic thing he believes he could achieve?
I think in the sense that Biden seemed to be talking about the recreation of this old Soviet Union and all 15 what were republics and are now independent nations is not only impossible, but crazily expensive. Why did empire collapse all over the world historically? Not only the Soviet Union, but Austria-Hungary and all the rest. Empire is expensive. Russia is not a wealthy country in the main. Its entire economy is the size of the economy of Texas. And most of those resources come right out of energy extractions, a very fragile economy for a country that large. Today, we saw the ruble crater. We saw the Russian stock market crater. We also saw something very curious, and I have to say, maybe even unexpected. Despite a continuing crackdown on dissent in Russia that's been going on for years, we saw protests of modest scale in dozens of Russian cities, and according to one report, over 1,500 arrests, brutal arrests, and so on. So to see politics on the street is, I think, startling to Vladimir Putin, because what he dreads the most, what he fears the most, is some kind of uprising against him. And so we're coming to a reckoning here, where internal Russian politics are concerned too.
So, what is the significance of Ukraine to Putin? I mean, when he decided to take territory by force, why start with Ukraine?
Well, a logical person, whether just on sheer strategy, to say nothing of moral logic, would tell you that you're probably not going to seduce a country back into the fold by dropping missiles on it, by bombing it. History is full of examples of this kind of quote unquote seduction through military means, and it fails. It's quite likely that if Vladimir Putin wants to, his armed forces can take Kiev, can arrest Zelensky, and install a puppet government. But then what? How long does that last? How expensive is that? What do Russians think about this as the information begins to come into the country? So that's why I was so surprised and heartened to see not only the resilience of Ukrainian people, which is so incredibly moving, and the dignity of President Zelensky's speech compared to the madness and erratic behavior of Vladimir Putin. It was also really an interesting sign to see what was happening on the streets of so many Russian cities today. I'm not saying that there's a mass uprising across Russia, not by any means. But I also remember in 1968 when the Soviet Union invaded Czechoslovakia, 8 people went to Red Square and unfurled banners against that invasion for less than a minute, and they were beaten by the KGB and arrested and sent to prison and all the rest. But that, in many ways, was the beginning of a dissident movement, a serious dissident movement in the Soviet Union that had incredible repercussions.
If Putin is able to take over Ukraine, and as you said, what then? I mean, does he hold the country? Does the cost of holding the country? There had been talk of the possibility of a future insurgency if there's a Russian occupying force. Do you think that's realistic? Obviously, we've seen a lot of people just trying to flee the country when they can. Now all males are being told they have to stay in Ukraine. Do you see?
Well,
how do you see it happen? What does it look like under occupation?
Again, for me, the lowest form of journalism is prediction. I'm not a gambling man, but it is, the potential is there for something very bloody, very prolonged, something extremely expensive in blood and treasure. We've seen it ourselves as Americans. In other instances, we've seen it in the Middle East. We've seen it in South Asia. The question here that has to be at the center is, what does Vladimir Putin think he's doing? Toward what end? How in any way does this help bring prosperity or even security to Russia? What threat is he responding to? Was Ukraine threatening Russia? Was NATO threatening Russia? No, I think that Putin, in large measure, not to make this into a novel, but in large measure, is responding to his own self-drama as a man of great power and wanting to expand Russian power, revive Russian power after his failure to bring prosperity to Russia after 22 years in power.
David Remnick, it's always good to talk to you. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Coming up, a shelter like one we really haven't seen since the London Blitz of World War II, inside the tunnels, keeping residents of one Ukrainian city safe.
I just heard a big bang.
CNN is in Ukraine.
People across this country are bracing for what will happen tonight.
And in Russia.
There is no authorization for an anti-war protest.
On the front lines.
There are just hundreds of people who are hunkered down here.
And the first thing you really see are these long lines at ATMs.
At this critical moment.
We're covering this from all around the world.
In Moscow,
Ukraine.
And this
is CNN.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Onze aarde warmt nog steeds op. Daarom moeten we meer vergroenen. Als miljoenen Afrikaanse boeren worden empowered, kan het moedercontinent in 10 jaar worden vergroend. Dus dig in, help mee, breng iedereen in beweging. Dig in, laat je horen voor de nieuwe generatie. Vaders, moeders, kinderen, iedereen. Dig in. En kijk wat jij kan doen op justdigit.org. Cooling down the planet. Just dig it.
Let op! Kijkwijzer 16 jaar.
Kijk wat je nog meer kunt doen op kijkwijzer.nl.
Veel kinderen met een metabole ziekte halen hun eerste verjaardag niet eens. Met onderzoek maken we deze verschrikkelijke ziekte behandelbaar. Steun onderzoek. Steun Metakids. Ga naar www.metakids.nl.
And this is CNN.
Some of the most intense fighting has occurred in and around the northeastern city of Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city. CNN's team has heard loud explosions. Across the border in Russia, CNN has also witnessed rockets being fired, plus heavy concentrations of Russian troops. The effect is like something out of the London Blitz during World War II. Take a look at these side-by-side images. Innocent civilians taking cover in transit tunnels from an immoral, unprovoked attack. Images many assumed were relegated to history books of a time around 80 years ago until now. CNN's Clarissa Ward is in Kharkiv and, as she mentioned earlier, met some of the residents taking shelter in a subway station.
Kharkiv residents scramble to find shelter as Russia's brutal assault unfolds. Deep underground, scenes reminiscent of the Second World War, and the shock just sinking in that what was unimaginable is now reality. As 36-year-old Daria tells us.
Like you wake up in a totally new reality at 5 a.m. and you find out that the world is no longer the safe place you imagined. We are an independent country, Ukraine, and we are totally not same as Russians. And we don't want to be a part of Russia or any other country. It's really getting very emotional. And I cannot believe it's happening, really.
Yesterday, this was just an ordinary metro station full of people going to and from work. Today, it has become a de facto bomb shelter, and there are just hundreds and hundreds of people who have descended on this place, fearful for their lives and uncertain of what the future will bring. And the thing you hear over and over again from people is, where can we go? Where is it safe now to go in Ukraine? And I want to be clear about something. This is not a frontline city in Ukraine's 8-year war with Russia. This is a thriving metropolis of 1.4 million people who have never experienced anything like this in their entire lives. And now they're being forced to literally camp out with their families, their pets, their loved ones. They grabbed whatever they could from their homes and they brought it here. And they don't know what's next for them. They don't know what the new Ukraine will look like and what place they will have in it.
Many we approach are too overcome to speak.
I'm asking them if they're afraid. They're very nervous. Why are you nervous?
Look at the situation around you, this woman says.
Это очень страшно, это ужасно. I'm so sorry. It's a terrible, terrible situation.
There's no doubt here about who is responsible for this conflict, but few can understand why.
So it's interesting. I just asked them, what do they think of President Putin? Do they think he's crazy? They said he's not crazy. He's sick. He's sick. We just want to live peacefully.
I just hope that some people in Russia may see this and just stand against the Putin and the war.
A simple plea for mercy that has so far fallen on deaf ears.
And Clarissa is in, once again, Kharkiv for us tonight. So are people still in subway stations in these overnight hours?
There are actually people who are sleeping in those subway stations, Anderson, and it's incredible when you think, we didn't see any bathrooms. There was no food being handed out. People had just whatever snacks that they could bring along with them. There were a lot of children and animals, as you saw there. So you can just imagine how desperately frightened people would be to actually be spending the night in that kind of a situation, although arguably less frightening than being in their homes in this sort of precarious time. And one other thing I would just mention, we talked to a lot of people about fear, and that was certainly the predominant feeling. But there was also a lot of anger, and I think you saw it a little bit there with those women who said that President Putin was sick. We interviewed another young man called Vladimir, and he said, Russia is supposed to be our brother. But who on earth would treat a brother like this? We're not just scared, but we're really angry. And I do think that's a palpable feeling here, too. Not just a sense of fear, but betrayal and anger, Anderson.
Crystal Ward in Kharkiv, thank you. Careful. Coming up next, should the U.S. go farther with sanctions against Russia? Could they? A top member of the House Armed Services Committee who visited Ukraine in December, was briefed on the situation, joins us tonight.
Coronavirus. To get daily news updates in your inbox, sign up for the CNN newsletter. Coronavirus. Fact versus fiction.
Anderson, 200 meters above the city of Dubai, this is CNN.
Have you been bitten by the bug of curiosity?
This is CNN 10. My name is Carl Azus. I'll be your explainer-in-chief.
Global news.
International relations are the key factors.
Relevant stories.
Everyday people whose action is changing their community.
Complex issues explained.
We're going back to the future.
And 10-second trivia.
You get a perfect 10 out of 10.
All in 10 minutes. Stream at cnn.com/CNN10.
CNN original series, Nomad with Carlton McCoy, starts Sunday, March 13th.
By the U.S. and Western allies, but the Russian advance continues. As we reported, Secretary of State Blinken says he's convinced Vladimir Putin intends to overthrow Ukraine's government. President Biden today insisted the effect of sanctions on Russia and on Putin would take time, and that the threat to directly sanction Putin himself remains, quote, on the table. I'm joined now by Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton, a veteran and member of the House Armed Services Committee who was in Ukraine in December, who was briefed along with other lawmakers by top administration officials just this evening about those sanctions. Congressman Moulton, do these sanctions go far enough?
No, they're an important and strong first step, and I'm very pleased with what the administration has done thus far, but we need to go further. When I came back from Ukraine in December, the analogy I used was that Putin needs to have trouble buying a soda from a vending machine when this invasion starts, and we're not there yet. We haven't targeted Putin specifically. We haven't targeted a widespread number of oligarchs. There's clearly still more that we can do, and I think the administration is working on that.
When you say more you could do, are you talking about sanctioning Vladimir Putin directly, personally, going after his ill-gotten gains? Do you mean, using with the SWIFT protocols, stopping Russia from being able to do banking with that?
So, look, absolutely Putin should be sanctioned directly. He's solely responsible for the largest war in Europe since World War II. So absolutely we should go after him directly. Now, a lot has been said about the fact that we haven't targeted the SWIFT system. Obviously, we don't have all our allies on board with that specific sanction. I think actually that's overplayed a bit, because the reality is that in today's tech-enabled world, Putin and his allies can figure out ways around SWIFT. So I'd like to see SWIFT. I don't think it's essential, but these are exactly the kinds of negotiations the administration is having right now with our allies. And when I was in Munich last week at the security conference with national security leaders from around the globe, I was continually impressed by how tightly our NATO allies are all working together. Yes, we have details to work out, but everyone is united on sanctioning the people responsible for this. And when you say the people responsible, it's Vladimir Putin, let's be clear.
You use the analogy of the Vladimir Putin having trouble getting a soda out of a vending machine. Does that reference the idea that some have raised of cyber attacks by the U.S. or allies against Russia itself?
Well, that's certainly a capability that we have, and I have personally encouraged the administration to be willing to use it. The challenge with our cyber capabilities is that every time you use one of those tools, you essentially give it away. You explain, whether you like it or not, you show the Russians how it works, and then it's hard to use it again. So that's why we've been very careful to use these type of cyber tools in the past. But look, my view is if you're not using it now, what are you waiting for? This is the most significant threat to national security the world over that we've seen in decades, and we need to be aggressive at confronting it.
You sit on the House Armed Services Committee. Is there anything you think Congress can do here, should do here?
Well, obviously, it would have been helpful. It would have been a helpful gesture, at least, if we had come together in a bipartisan way before the invasion and passed a sanctions bill. It's not essential because most of these sanctions are put in place by the administration. And I know that most Democrats and Republicans, aside from a fringe group of far-right extremists, are aligned behind the United States, behind NATO, and confronting Putin. It's only Trump and a few of his allies who are supporting Putin in this action. But there's still more that we can do, and it means something to the international community for Democrats and Republicans to clearly come together to actually vote for sanctions through the House and the Senate. So I would like to see that in the future, and I'm prepared to go to Washington tomorrow if the leadership says we're ready to do that.
Congressman Seth Moulton, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Anderson.
Up next, CNN continues our coverage of the ground in Ukraine, where one of our correspondents had a close encounter with Russian troops today.
Here, against the wall.
How can I find it?
Focus.
Should we run that way?
Right. We've got to be mindful of the driver as well.
The Breitling Navitimer was first introduced in 1952, and it is right up there among the most legendary aviation watches. It features a bezel with a logarithmic, double-rotating slide rule scale, and this slide rule can do a lot. With a quick glance at the wrist, it can indicate fuel consumption, climbing and sinking speeds, as well as average speeds. This is the brand of many dashboard clocks used in cockpits, from models as famous as the Boeing 707. This watch has some very famous fans, including a pilot and movie star John Travolta. Not only does Travolta wear a Breitling Navitimer, his own dashboard instruments are also Breitling. So this is a watch with incredible credibility in the air, as well as having a very useful look on the wrist.
What are the leading companies going to be talking about in the next 2 to 3 years from a talent perspective? It will be about skills. It will be about the use of AI to help their people develop their skills and to transform organizations. We know that skills are becoming obsolete very fast because of the change in digital and the use of technology. And it also enables you to open up the talent pipeline. So for example, in the US, we will hire 20% of our entry-level hiring this year will be into our apprenticeship program. Our apprenticeship program does not focus on 4-year degrees. It focuses on skills and potential. We also have a database of all of the skills of our client-facing people, and we can use algorithms to identify who can be upskilled into new hot areas.
I'm Michael Holmes in Lviv, Ukraine, and this is CNN.
CES has been a wonderful partner to all global technology companies, and we're so thrilled to be here to showcase some of the exciting things we have coming in 2022. We live in a very different world than we lived in a post-COVID environment, and we're excited to share the ways that we connect differently. Looking at your SmartThings display with the 2022 television that has the SmartThings hub inside, our bespoke refrigerator. And here you can really see how we're bringing the connected home to help your life. We're on the cusp now of making what used to be the smart home just the de facto way that we all live and play. So first we had smart home. Then we started talking about connected home. What we're looking at here today is just home.
There's a lot happening in Ukraine tonight as Russia aims at key targets across the country. According to the UN, more than 100,000 people in Ukraine are fleeing the violence, and Ukrainian President Zelensky says at least 137 soldiers have been killed and another 316 injured since the invasion began. Our Matthew Chance is on the ground in the Kyiv region, where he was caught in the middle of a firefight with Russian troops earlier today.
Keep inside, keep inside.
In here, against the
How
wall.
can I find it?
Right.
Focus. Should we run that way?
Right. We've got to be mindful of the driver as well, okay?
Yeah, you.
Let's move down this way against the wall.
Down.
I need to check
Keep down, keep down.
I need you to check my entire face.
It's okay, keep chill.
Joining us now in Kyiv, CNN senior international correspondent Matthew Chance. So can you just explain where you were, what was going on there?
Yeah, it was a very unexpected and really quite astonishing encounter, because what it was is we headed out to an airbase that we were told there'd been a clashes between Russian forces and Ukrainian forces. Russian special forces flown in there in order to seize that airhead so they could bring in sort of more supplies or more troops. But we were told by Ukrainian officials that the airstrip had been taken back by Ukrainian forces. And so we got there, we got to the gates of the place, the checkpoint. I went up to the soldiers and they said, no, you can't stay here, it's too dangerous. And I, in my broken Russian, successfully argued for them to allow me to stay. But before I did that, before I went live, I said, look, tell us who's in control of this now. Is it the Russians in control or is it the Ukrainians? And they said, it's the Russians. And I said, well, where are the Russians then? If that's the case. And they didn't understand. They said, well, we're the Russians. And so it was this incredible moment where we suddenly understood that the troops we thought, because we hadn't considered the alternative, were Ukrainian, were actually the Russian special forces.
So with the white,
just a few hours before.
The ones with the white bands on their arms, those are actually Russians.
No, all those troops you saw in that video there were Russian. There were no Ukrainian troops around there. He said, we're Russian. I was like, you're Russian. He was like, ya Ruski. I am Russian, he was saying to me. And I looked at his armband, and actually it had these orange and black armbands on, or ribbons on, which is a sort of St. George ribbon, very sort of common in the Russian military, a symbol of the Russian military. So that was absolutely astonishing that they were so close to Kiev. It was about 15 miles away. And of course, it's not just there, but it's in other key installations around Kiev as well. You get this this idea that the city is being surrounded in preparation for something much bigger. You really got a sense that is what's happening now, Alison.
And Zelensky, we believe, is he still in Kyiv, is he saying? And he said that there's always saboteurs in Kiev.
Yeah, he did say that. He said that in a public address that he's put out on social media an hour or so ago. He may have been talking about those sabotage groups. He may have been talking about those Russian special forces, because the concern now is, of course, it's been expressed by the US Secretary of State, it's been expressed by Ukrainian officials here, is that the plan for Russia may be to come in and not just encircle Kiev, but to come in and decapitate the leadership and to replace the government here with a pro-Moscow administration. Zelensky mentioned in this tweet, I've got what he said here. He said, according to our information, the enemy, the Russians, have marked me as target number 1. And they've marked my family as target number 2. They want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. And so, the president of this country and the top leadership are absolutely, I don't want to say freaking out, but they are absolutely concerned, as much as you can be concerned, in bunkers at the moment somewhere in this city and elsewhere, I expect, sort of waiting for the possibility that they are going to be, encircled, rounded up, and I don't know what, toppled.
Matthew Chance in Kyiv, be careful, you and your team. Thank you so much for being there. We'll be right back.
We try to be global and we try to be smart. And we try very hard to get both of those every week. What I want to hear are authentic voices of people who are passionate or intelligent about a subject, who will make you smarter, move you emotionally, who will kind of challenge your mind or move your heart. And that's the consistency that we try to get at.
Fareed Zakaria, GPS, Sunday on CNN.
Cruciferous vegetables are among the most healthy foods out there, and they might be some of the most beneficial in reducing the risk of cancer. But they're also among the most divisive. So if someone in your family doesn't like them, try these tricks. Cauliflower is easy to make into a pizza crust, and most grocery stores carry frozen, pre-made versions. Topped with marinara and some cheese, it can become a kid favorite. You can also try crumbling cauliflower florets into small pieces and substituting them for the macaroni and mac and cheese. Or try coating cauliflower in a buffalo sauce for a healthier and vegetarian version of buffalo wings. You can also buy or make broccoli tots or cheesy broccoli bites for kids who just won't touch the veggie otherwise. And also baked kale chips. They're low-calorie, nutritious snack, and they're easy to make.
Wednesday.
My fellow Americans.
President Joe Biden, his first State of the Union address. Anderson Cooper and Jake Tapper host. Special live coverage Wednesday on CNN.
Onze aarde warmt nog steeds op. Daarom moeten we meer vergroenen. Als miljoenen Afrikaanse boeren worden empowered, kan het moedercontinent in 10 jaar worden vergroend. Dus dig in, help mee, breng iedereen in beweging. Dig in, laat je horen voor de nieuwe generatie. Vaders, moeders, kinderen, iedereen. Dig in. En kijk wat jij kan doen op justdigit.org. Cooling down the planet. Just dig it.
Let op! Kijkwijzer 16 jaar.
Kijk wat je nog meer kunt doen op kijkwijzer.nl.
Veel kinderen met een metabole ziekte halen hun eerste verjaardag niet eens. Met onderzoek maken we deze verschrikkelijke ziekte behandelbaar. Steun onderzoek. Steun Metakids. Ga naar www.metakids.nl.
CNN.
I'll be back 3 hours from now, live at midnight for a special edition of 360 to bring the latest from Ukraine in the overnight hours. The news continues right now. Let's hand it over to Wolf Blitzer and CNN Tonight. Wolf?
Anderson, thank you very much. And we want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer, and this is CNN Tonight. We're watching history unfold before our eyes. The largest invasion in Europe since World War II is now around 24 hours in. President Zelensky says at least 137 Ukrainian soldiers already have been killed so far, another 316 wounded. He says he suspects Russian sabotage groups have already infiltrated the capital of Kyiv and have marked him as their target number one. President Zelensky has ordered a general military mobilization, and he's banning all male citizens ages 18 to 60 from leaving the country. It was this very hour last night when Russia started its full-scale invasion of the sovereign nation, bombarding cities with missiles and long-range artillery, targeting military installations and airports like this one in southeastern Ukraine. Russian ground forces invaded the country from 3 sides, from the north, south, and east. Among the targets seized today, the Chernobyl power plant in northern Ukraine, the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster. CNN's Matthew Chance had an up-close encounter with some Russian forces at an airport about 50 miles from the capital of Kyiv.
These troops you can see over here, they are Russian airborne forces. They have taken this airport. You can tell they're Russian. I've spoken to them already. You can tell they're Russian. They've got that orange and black band to identify them as Russian forces. I've spoken to the commander on the ground there within the past few minutes, and he said they are now in control.
Ukrainians are now living in a very, very different nation than only one night ago. Some subway stations have become makeshift bomb shelters in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city. Many citizens don't know what to do or where to go or how this is going to end, as they told CNN's Clarissa Ward. So what can the world do to stop Vladimir Putin? President Biden assures this: Putin is now a pariah on the international stage, he says, and Russia will pay a very heavy price.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. America stands up to bullies. We stand up for freedom. This is who we are. Make no mistake, freedom will prevail.
President Biden announced a new series of strong, very strong sanctions that you're about to hear more about from the White House. He's also sending some 7,000 more U.S. troops from the United States to Europe to help bolster NATO's defenses. Biden says NATO is now more united than it's ever been. And when this dark period is looked back on in history, he says Russia will be left weaker and the rest of the world stronger. But there's so much suffering right now, and the future of Ukraine is very much uncertain. So let's keep focused on that and get the very latest from the front lines, also from Moscow and from the White House. Let's begin with CNN's Clarissa Ward. She's joining us from Kharkiv in Ukraine right now. Clarissa, first of all, what more can you tell us about this very dire message from the Ukrainian President Zelensky tonight?
Well, that's right, Wolf. He said he is target number one. His family is target number two. But he also said that he is not going anywhere, that he intends to stay in the capital city of Kyiv for the moment. One can only imagine how difficult a position that will be to maintain as we continue to see Russian forces continuing with this assault. Here in the city of Kharkiv, Wolf, you could see it's a very different scene than it was last night. Last night, this is the big middle of the town square behind me. It was all lit up. It was tense and it was quiet, but nothing like it is today, because we're just over 20 miles away from that Russian border where there's been that huge buildup of artillery, armory, also personnel. They have been coming across the border, engaging and fighting with the Ukrainian army, and the people here now are basically waiting to see at what point they potentially arrive at this city, and nobody knows. What will they do if they do arrive at this city? Will they surround it? Will they try to lay siege to it? Will they potentially enter it? We've heard from the mayor that there's a curfew in place from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. They've also been asking people, Wolf, to donate blood, obviously foreseeing the potential worst situation. 400 people came out today reportedly and waited in long lines to go ahead and donate blood. The city is so quiet right now, and it's deeply eerie because people just have, as you said before, no sense of what's to come and where to go. The thing that was so striking walking around these streets earlier on today, mostly deserted, but a few people sort of wandering around with suitcases or bags of groceries, and you almost had the sense, Wolf, that they didn't really know where to go. They didn't really know where is safe. I asked one woman, do you have a car? Is there somewhere you can go to? And she said, I have a car, but where is safe in Ukraine anymore? And that's something that really stuck with me, Wolf, because I think it speaks not just to the fear and the anxiety, but the confusion here about what is actually happening, Wolf.
Reporting today, Clarissa, from inside a subway turned bomb shelter where citizens were sheltering from the attacks. What did they have to say?
You know, Wolf, these scenes to me were like scenes that I've seen of World War II and the Blitz and people hunkering down underground for hours on end, trying to keep their families safe. There were so many families down there, so many children, babies. People brought their pets there, their parents, just desperately trying to escape the strikes that had been falling down. Some people were angry. Many of them were sad, but mostly, honestly, Wolf, they were just scared. Take a listen.
We never really believed that our neighbor can just come and just grab our land and tell us what to do. And we are independent country, Ukraine, and we are totally not same as Russians. And we don't want to be a part of Russia or any other country. It's really getting very emotional.
And you see, Wolf, it's, people are overcome, honestly. It's so much stress, and so few people here ever imagined that this was actually going to happen. We've been talking about it for weeks, if not months. But for Ukrainians, there really was a state of disbelief. They couldn't imagine that Russia could do this. Another man I spoke to, Vladimir, said, Russia is our brother, but what kind of a brother treats his brother in such a way as this? And some of those people are still sleeping in that shelter tonight, Wolf, waiting to see what tomorrow will bring.
Yeah, from President Zelensky on down, people of Ukraine didn't want to believe that Russia is capable, Putin is capable of ordering this kind of invasion. Clarissa, stay safe over there. Clarissa Ward at Kharkiv. Appreciate it very, very much. We're going to stay connected with you, get back to you as soon as there are some more developments, and I suspect there will be. Let's turn right now to CNN's Nick Robertson. He's joining us live from Moscow. So, Nick, what's been the reaction there in Moscow to Putin launching this totally unprovoked war?
Yeah, there were protests later in the day, not just here in Moscow, but in more than 50 cities across Russia. And we went down and witnessed some of those protests. More than 900 people arrested by riot-clad police at the protest. The government said these protests weren't allowed, that there was no authorization for them. Indeed, the government went beyond that. It warned people that if you come to the protest, you could get arrested. And if you get arrested, then you could end up with a criminal record. And if you have a criminal record, then that's going to blight your future job prospects, your work prospects. So it was a really harsh message from the government, and it seems very clear from what we saw that President Putin is not brooking any dissent from people who disapprove of him going to war in Ukraine. And I spoke to some of those people who were down there, and they were desperate. They were frustrated with their government. They were angry with their government. They didn't know what to do. They didn't expect the country to go to war. They don't want it to go to war. They don't want to be at war with people in Ukraine who they feel are their brothers and sisters. One young lady told me, she was close to tears. She said, I want to leave. And I said, you want to leave Russia? She said, yes. She said, it's my country. I'm heartbroken, but I just don't support this leadership. I have to say, Wolf, despite the fact that there were so many people arrested, there's still a large percentage of the population here, 50% or more maybe, that actually support President Putin and support what he's doing in Ukraine. But have it again, this number of people getting out on the streets tonight at short notice, knowing that they could be arrested, that's still quite a relatively large number for Moscow and the rest of the country.
That's quite a statement indeed from these folks over there in Russia. President Biden, as you know, Nick, announced more sanctions today against Russia, says Putin will be a pariah on the international stage. Does that resonate, those kinds of words, where you are in Moscow?
You know, he met with members of his business community today, so we can read into that, oligarchs included, potentially some of those who are being targeted with sanctions themselves. And his message to them was, look, we knew this was coming. There's going to be some economic hardships, but we need to stick together and remain united on this. That is, you need to be patriotic. We're all going to suffer. And it seems that, that's the message from the top down. This is the war that he's chosen. And it does seem that a lot of his security officials were not really listened to in his calculations here. And it doesn't seem that he's going to put up with much dissent from the business community. And he, as he said today, there's, Russia, a new Iron Curtain cannot be put up and to keep Russia behind it. And what he means by this is, the sanctions are going to come, but we will continue to survive. Wolf?
Nick Robertson in Moscow for us. We will, of course, stay in touch with you as well. Right now, I want to go to the White House. Our White House correspondent, MJ Lee, is on the scene for us. MJ, President Biden announced this raft of sanctions today against Putin and Russia, but the White House had to clarify some of his remarks. Tell us about that.
That's right. The remarks that White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki tried to clarify was when President Biden said during his remarks that nobody really expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. Those comments, when they were said, were a little bit puzzling, given the fact that this is a White House that has said for so long that the threat of sanctions they hoped would serve as a deterrent. This is the reason, actually, why we didn't see sanctions until this week, because the White House had said all along, we are going to wait until Russia actually invades Ukraine, and then we are going to roll out our whole slate of sanctions. The hope, again, was that the threat of sanctions would serve as a deterrent. So when Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary, was asked to clarify this at the White House press briefing, she essentially sort of drew a distinction between sanctions as a deterrent and sanctions after they have already been rolled out. She said, of course, sanctions could have a deterrent effect after they have been issued. So that is certainly the hope. And this is what U.S. administration officials are talking about now, that the sanctions that have been imposed so far could hopefully play some role in scaling down whatever Putin's ambitions might be in terms of a military invasion. But of course, the timing is an important piece of this too, Wolf, because as President Biden said himself, he said these sanctions are going to take some time to go into effect. And one of his advisors saying today that that really is up to Putin, that he is going to have to determine how much sort of economic suffering he is going to be willing to accept in the coming weeks and months.
Yeah, it will take some time to implement these sanctions, but they are tough indeed. MJ Lee at the White House, thank you very much. We're going to continue, of course, checking in on all of our correspondents on the ground in Ukraine and Russia and elsewhere throughout this hour. President Biden says, make no mistake, freedom will prevail. But how would Vladimir Putin be stopped? And what role will U.S. troops be playing with NATO states as more prepare to head overseas? I'll ask the former U.S. Defense Secretary Chuck Hagel. There you see him. We'll discuss when we come back.
Today, we live in an unpredictable environment, and news races around the world at breakneck speed.
Our engine continues, our impetus, our momentum.
My show brings you the latest news and top news makers. Give me the facts on voter fraud.
There has never been a moment where voter fraud has affected the outcome of an election.
And we also dive below the headlines to explore vital issues impacting our lives.
Normally, this theatre would be filled with people and art and debate and energy, and so now we have to rely on the two of us.
How interesting is it to be Tyler Mitchell today? It's crucial we make sense of what's happening. There seems to be some confusion that maybe you can clear up. Where are the U.S. forces in Syria going? And fully understand what's at stake.
What's happening now in the world is a great thing because people are talking about subjects they never did before.
Amanpour, tonight on CNN.
I just heard a big bang.
CNN is in Ukraine.
People across this country are bracing for what will happen tonight.
And in Russia.
There is no authorization for an anti-war protest.
On the front lines.
There are just hundreds of people who are hunkered down here.
And the first thing you really see are these long lines at ATMs.
At this critical moment.
We're covering this from all around the world.
In Moscow, Ukraine.
And this
is CNN.
Connect the world with Becky Anderson.
It all starts here. Changing, fighting, creating, connecting. That's why we're here. We live here, we work here, we're from here, and we'll go wherever the story takes us.
I'm Becky Anderson in Tehran.
We are in Jerusalem. Real news that shapes our world. Exploring not just what's going on, but why.
I just want to press you on one further point.
Getting perspective on this region from this region. Places that many of us know, but few of us get to see. Observing countries on the move, still rooted in tradition. It all starts here, and that's why we're here, bringing you the world from our Middle Eastern hub.
Connect the world with Becky Anderson, Monday through Friday on CNN.
Part of the Russian plan has been to put Kyiv in danger, to assault the capital, to go after other major cities. We're seeing forces come in from the north, from the east, from the south, and that's all part of the plan that we've laid out for the world in recent weeks.
You're convinced Putin's going to overthrow this government?
I'm convinced he's going to try to do that.
That's the latest rather grim assessment from Secretary of State Antony Blinken as Russia continues its multi-pronged assault on Ukraine. The U.S. in turn isn't just responding with sanctions, but adding additional military moves as well, deploying another 7,000 U.S. troops from the United States to Europe. Let's get some perspective from the former U.S. Defense Secretary Chuck Hagel, who oversaw the Defense Department when Russia invaded Ukraine back in 2014, took over Crimea. Secretary Hagel, thanks so much for joining us. Just a few days ago, you expressed hope for a diplomatic off-ramp, and yet here we are now, Ukraine in the middle of a full-scale Russian invasion. What do you make of this moment?
Well, when we look back over the last 2 weeks and what the president has said, Secretaries Blinken in Austin, and what our intelligence has shown us, that it was pretty clear where he was going. I think a number of us, including the president, Secretary Blinken, had hoped that there could be some off-ramping at the last minute to avert this disaster, but it was not to be. So Mr. Putin has started something that he can't control. And every time that you start a war, you start an invasion, you start any type of military incursion, you lose control of it. And everything becomes hair-triggered. It's like handling nitroglycerin. And that's particularly dangerous here because there are so many uncontrollables. NATO countries on the eastern border of Europe that were formerly behind the Iron Curtain of the Soviet Union. You've got issues, economic issues, you've got trade issues, you've got energy issues. The world is interconnected now, so nobody is going to get out of this without some difficulty. And the economy is going to be a big part of this, Wolf.
Certainly is, and as you heard, Secretary Blinken says he's convinced Moscow is going to try to actually overthrow the Ukrainian government. President Zelensky says he's target number one. His family is target number two. Do you believe Putin's endgame is a full takeover of Ukraine?
I do believe that's his endgame. Now that he's started this, that would require his taking Kyiv, installing his own government, governments that was supportive of Russia, a puppet government. That means there's going to be an awful lot of bloodshed for the Ukrainians, but there will be bloodshed for the Russians. There are going to be a lot of dead Russians sent back home. And Mr. Putin's going to have to deal with that as well as all the other economic consequences. And the fact that he will be and is a pariah, international pariah. This is, as all of your correspondents have said, and you've said, Wolf, this is the first time since World War II that one independent nation has invaded another independent nation. So we are at a very defining time in history. And I think that's going to come home to more and more people in understanding why we're involved. What's the big problem? What's the big deal? You know, You know, I was born in 1946, a year after my dad came home from overseas in World War II. Everybody who was born since World War II has lived in a world where the United States has been the dominant factor in everything, economics, security. The last 20 years, that's started to change. That doesn't mean that's bad. In fact, that's good. That's the world order that we had built and we had hoped for, common interests. Let everybody rise. But we've seen things over the last 20 years that have led us to this moment. And finally, you have a leader in Putin who is a KGB-shaped, molded, thought-provoking leader that specializes in disinformation, misinformation, lies, that thinks that this is the time that he can strike. I think it's a gross miscalculation, and I think there's going to be an awful lot of suffering. But in the end, I think it's uncertain where we go. But I do believe what President Biden said today. This will end not well for Russia and Mr. Putin.
You think Putin is a war criminal?
Yes.
Should he be tried as a war criminal?
I think he should. I think he should. We have been, the West, very lenient over the years. And again, when I say this is a defining moment, a defining time in history, in world history, this will be one of the questions that will have to be resolved when this is over, however it comes to an end. It will come to an end.
President Zelensky said tonight, so far, it's only been one day, 137 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed since the invasion began. How much longer do you think Ukraine can keep up this fight? They obviously don't have the capability to defeat a superpower like Russia.
Well, I think they'll be able to put up a good fight for a while. They have an army today that they didn't have in 2014, for much more sophisticated, much more advanced, much more capable. But the overpowering weaponry and military and cyber capacity that Russia has will overwhelm them, I'm afraid, unless something stops that, unless something intervenes. That could happen. But eventually, if this thing is moving more and more toward the military decision of how it ends, then the Ukrainians will not be able to sustain it. And I think that Mr. Putin wants more than just Kyiv and Ukraine. As he said in his demands of NATO, all those countries, Bulgaria, Romania, Poland, the Baltic states, I don't want them as a NATO country close to my border and threatening me. Well, that's not going to happen. Those NATO countries will be reinforced. They're being reinforced right now with more American troops, more NATO troops. And I think that Mr. Putin's not going to be satisfied. And I think this will be part of the reason this ends. Moldova, for example, as he tries to militarize that as well. So who knows? The question, the way this ends, the consequences that we know are coming, I don't think anybody can predict. But there are some certainties that we can see, that we are aware of, we know, and we control. And Putin doesn't.
The president today warned Russia again that if it engages in cyber warfare against the United States, the U.S. will respond. How worried should U.S. industries, the infrastructure, the national security apparatus be about a major Russian cyber attack on the United States?
Well, I think we need to be worried about it. We need to be prepared for it. The president said today we've been working with business not just this year, last few months, but over the last few years, to harden their capabilities on cyber attacks. And we have, we're not perfect. We have chinks in the armor. There are pieces that we don't have that we wish we did have. I fully expect, Wolf, that this will go cyber. I fully expect that the Russians will use their cyber capability, as we've seen them in the past. They're excellent cyber warriors. We're very good. I think we're the best. And I think Americans need to be aware that we're not going to be untouched by this, whether it's cyber attacks, whether it's gasoline costs right in the wake of inflation from COVID and supply chain problems, no, we're going to be affected as well.
Yeah, I've been told by U.S. officials that they're bracing for a major Russian cyber attack. And the president said today, if Russia pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. And he says the U.S. has sharpened, and I'm quoting him now, our ability to respond to Russian cyber attacks. That could be a major, major development. Secretary Chuck Hagel, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Wolf.
All right, we're following the breaking news. Matthew Chance is joining us once again. He's in Ukraine. Matthew, I understand you're hearing explosions once again. What's the latest?
Yeah, well, we've heard one big explosion here shatter the calm, such as it's been over the past several hours in Kiev. Not quite sure where it's come from. It seemed to have come from this direction over here, which is to the south of where I'm standing right now. I'm not sure what kind of target there is over there, but clearly it comes 24 hours almost to the minute, after those barrages of cruise missiles targeted air defense systems, military sites around the Ukrainian capital. At the moment it's an isolated explosion that we've heard. We've heard the sort of smaller caliber weaponry, we think, fired as well, but we're not sure whether that's from a different location or whether it may have just been a sort of nervous reaction to that explosion. It's not clear whether this is some sort of start to some kind of battle for Kiev. Although I have to say that we do know for a fact that there are Russian forces, special forces, that have been airlifted into strategic positions around this city. And the concern is, and the belief is amongst Ukrainian officials, is that within a short period of time, the Russian plan is to encircle Kiev, to capture the city, and to target the leadership of it. President Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, issuing a sort of national statement on his social media platforms earlier today, saying that this, according to our information, the enemy has marked me as target number 1, and they've marked my family as target number 2. They want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. He also said there's information that they've got of enemy sabotage groups that have already entered Kiev. And so, a lot of concern, even amongst the Ukrainian leadership right now, from including the top person, the president of the country, that they will now be targeted by Russian forces in the capital, Kiev. Wolf.
Yeah, and U.S. officials for days now, as you know, Matthew, they've been saying that the Russians, that Putin has a hit list or a kill list, not just of Zelensky and his family, but of many other Ukrainian officials that they want to go after and either kill or send to camps and put them away. We're going to watch that, obviously, very closely. Be careful over there, Matthew. We'll stay in very close touch with you. Our breaking news coverage of the war in Ukraine continues. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, there you see him. He's standing by live. We will discuss, and I'll ask him what he sees as Putin's endgame. We'll be right back.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
It's not just for sweetening your tea or drizzling on top of toast. Honey might just have some health benefits too. One clinical trial from back in 2010 found that a half teaspoon of honey did a better job than common cold syrups at easing nighttime coughs in young kids with upper respiratory infections. But be careful, honey should not be given to children under 1 year old. Some case studies show that honey has antibacterial properties. Bees introduce an enzyme called glucose oxidase to honey when they harvest nectar, and this enzyme can generate hydrogen peroxide. Honey is also naturally acidic, so voila, you have a recipe for antimicrobial properties. More research is needed to see just how much of a benefit there is. And a final note of caution, honey is sweet, and so it can affect your blood sugar levels. So remember to enjoy in moderation.
Onze aarde warmt nog steeds op. Daarom moeten we meer vergroenen. Als miljoenen Afrikaanse boeren worden empowered, kan het moedercontinent in 10 jaar worden vergroend. Dus dig in, help mee, breng iedereen in beweging. Dig in, laat je horen voor de nieuwe generatie. Vaders, moeders, kinderen, iedereen. Dig in. En kijk wat jij kan doen op justdigit.org. Cooling down the planet. Just dig it.
Let op! Kijkwijzer 16 jaar.
Kijk wat je nog meer kunt doen op kijkwijzer.nl.
Veel kinderen met een metabole ziekte halen hun eerste verjaardag niet eens. Met onderzoek maken we deze verschrikkelijke ziekte behandelbaar. Steun onderzoek. Steun Metakids. Ga naar www.metakids.nl.
London, and this is CNN.
Our team in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv now reports hearing 2 large blasts in the central part of the city and a third loud explosion in a distance. Just a little while ago, Matthew Chance is on the scene for us. He's keeping us posted. Remember, it was right about this time last night that the Russian invasion of Ukraine began. We're going to go back to Kyiv right away as new information comes in. Stand by for that. Also just in, a new audio recording has emerged purporting to show an exchange between Ukrainian soldiers on an island in the Black Sea and an officer of the Russian Navy. I want to show you a transcript of what was said. An officer on the Russian warship apparently approached the island and told soldiers, and I'm quoting now, "This is a Russian military warship. I suggest you lay down your weapons and surrender to avoid bloodshed and needless casualties. Otherwise, you will be bombed." To which a Ukrainian soldier responded, "Russian warship, go F yourself." It appears that may have been the Ukrainian soldiers' last words. We are told all of the Ukrainian soldiers there, all of them were killed. I want to bring in the former European Affairs Director for the National Security Council, retired Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman. Colonel, thank you so much for joining us. What's your take, first of all, on the state of the battle and how much longer Ukrainian forces potentially can hold off this massive Russian assault?
You know, Wolf, I wrote a lengthy piece on this, and I kind of laid out much of the scenario. I saw this coming for definitely for quite a few weeks. And one thing that I certainly got wrong was how maybe overrated would be a good way to put it. The Russian forces were, and underrated the Ukrainian forces are performing. So the Russians were supposed to land some very heavy blows, massive aerial bombardment, cruise missile strikes, really disrupt and destroy a lot of the command and control political leadership. They have not been particularly effective there. A lot of the Ukrainian Air Force is intact. And the Ukrainians are putting up a massive resistance. And this is going to be a slog. I don't think this is going to be as easy as the Russians think that it is. And frankly, I don't know if this is going to turn out the way Vladimir Putin thought it would. Certainly not without the costs. The costs now seem pretty heavy. Even amongst his domestic population, there are protests on the street. And then the stories of heroism emerging from that Snake Island transcript that you just offered, or the ghost pilot that's flying over Ukraine, Ukrainian Air Force pilot, may have destroyed 4 to 6 Russian aircraft. It's pretty amazing how hard the Ukrainians are fighting to defend their homeland.
Having said that, Colonel, how likely is it that Russia eventually, whether within a few days or a few weeks or whatever, will take the capital of Kyiv? What will that mean for this conflict?
Yeah. So it's interesting. Once the first shots are fired, the geometry changes, and it's really very difficult to see how things unfold. Do the protests in Russia, the unexpected protests in Russia, materialize into something far more challenging? Do the Ukrainians put up such a significant resistance that it changes the calculus, and Putin recognizes he may not be able to achieve his maximalist objectives or risk some sort of issues at home? I think those things are difficult. But yes, the numbers are on Russia's side. Russia's been preparing for this for years. Frankly, this conflict was inevitable. Whether it was now or later, it was inevitable because for more than 2 decades, Putin has preyed on his counterparts. He's preyed on his Western counterparts. As a case officer, he's identified hopes and he's identified fears. For the hopes, he promised greater cooperation, a Russian integration. And for the fears, he does what he always does. He does the saber rattling to indicate that there is a potential risk of nuclear war. And frankly, that's what's keeping us, the U.S. position, so mild at the moment. Yes, we're levying sanctions, but in reality, this is a democracy struggling for its survival, struggling for security in Europe. So it's way bigger than that. It's going to have a geopolitical impact. It's going to have an impact on the U.S. population. It has a high possibility of spillover. And I really think we should be doing everything we can to support the Ukrainians. But I think there is a deep fear of the Russians somehow, spinning out of control, escalating, which is a false premise. I wrote an article in the Atlantic today. The Russians have no more interest in a confrontation with the U.S. or NATO than we do. They are deathly afraid of a war with the U.S. They know they would lose. They don't want to go in that direction. There's evidence to substantiate this. When the Russians attacked us in Syria, we killed 300 of them without a response. But we are still succumbing to those fears because that case officer has effectively understands where he could prey on us, where we're vulnerable, and we self-deter.
Ukraine's president, as you know, Colonel, President Zelensky says there are already Russian sabotage groups that have entered Kyiv looking to target him and his family. Do you think he is in immediate danger?
Absolutely. I think he's in immediate danger. I think there's a target list of various priorities. The folks in government, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, heads of security services, they're in danger. Their families are in danger. But also civil society, the folks that made this country what it is today, the folks that mobilized the street in 2014 and resulted in the revolution of dignity, the folks that are dragging Ukraine or pushing Ukraine towards the West, those are all on the target list. We don't really understand how the Russian mindset is here. They're going to be barbaric. Right now it seems like they're actually being restrained because they think they could achieve their objectives without significant casualties or collateral damage. As soon as it turns rough for them, they're going to do what the things they did in Syria. Bomb churches, mosques in the case of Syria. They'll bomb churches, they'll bomb schools, they'll bomb hospitals. This will be a brutal campaign.
Very quickly, before I let you go, Colonel, as you know, Putin has used explosive words in describing what's going on in Ukraine. He says his effort is simply to protect people in Ukraine from genocide. He says that he's working to denazify the country. He's talking about Nazis in Ukraine right now. President Zelensky, as you know, he's Jewish. What do you make of what Putin is saying?
It's patently absurd. It's meant to influence his domestic population. There's really no merit. Of course, the Ukrainians have been struggling for independence under the Soviet Union, under the Russian Empire, and most recently, and there are radical movements that tried to exploit that. But you pointed out that Vladimir Zelensky is Jewish. When he came to power, the prime minister was Jewish. They were the only one other country in the world, Israel, that had a Jewish president, prime minister. The Jewish community embraced. It's central to the country, and there is nothing to this Nazi narrative, fascist narrative. It's fabricated as a pretext.
Even the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum here in Washington today condemned Putin for uttering those kinds of words. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me on.
The breaking news coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine will continue right after this break.
With Bitcoin, not only do we have the best monetary asset in human history, we have the best monetary network in human history. Bitcoin solved a lot of the monetary functions that we know as very expensive with cryptography and with math. And so I can escrow a bearer instrument in Bitcoin. It's worth the same amount in Chicago as it is in London, as it is in Nigeria, as it is in Argentina, and I can zip it around the world instantly and for free. What we can do is take your dollars and escrow them around the world over the Bitcoin network. So think about this. What if I wanted to send money from Chicago to London? What we can do is take dollars out of your bank account, turn it into Bitcoin, zip that value to London instantly and for free. You blink, you'd miss it. It goes so fast and it costs nothing. And then we turn it back into British pounds. That's the innovation, and that's how we use Bitcoin, the monetary network.
It makes a lot of sense to switch to sustainable energy. In terms of transportation, it makes EVs very attractive from that perspective. The core of electric vehicles is the high voltage batteries. We take pride in doing a lot of things in-house.
I've personally met people around the world who told me that the first way that they found out about sex trafficking was through our documentary Nefarious. And for many people, that was the turning point that they chose to commit their life to fight this issue. My name is Helen Taylor, and I am the Vice President of Impact at the anti-human trafficking organization Exodus Cry. We are currently headquartered in Southern California. Exodus Cry began back in 2008. Our founder, Benjamin Nolo, found out about the issue of trafficking and how it was a global human rights crisis. With a background in filmmaking, he went overseas to 19 different nations and interviewed survivors, spoke with global activists and politicians. And from that series of trips, he created a documentary called Nefarious Merchant of Souls. It's been used by hundreds, if not thousands, of organizations and communities to raise awareness. It's been shown on military bases, in churches, before the UN, in the US White House, parliaments around the world. So it really is such a testament to the power of a documentary and a story that you're able to spotlight an incredibly important and urgent global issue in a way that many people beyond your immediate reach are able to hear about.
I'm David Culver in Beijing, and this is CNN.
The White House is now saying the United States will accept Ukrainian refugees fleeing the country, but tonight refugees are flooding into neighboring Poland. CNN international correspondent Scott McLean is on the scene for us. Scott, what are you seeing there near the border, and are they relocating with expectations of actually staying in Poland?
Hey, Wolf, it is cold, it is miserable, it is 3:30 in the morning, and the people who are crossing this border could not be happier to be on this side of it, fleeing what's going on in Ukraine. Let me just show you around here really quickly. You can see people are gathered here after having crossed the border. There's a little cafe there. People are huddled inside. You see a lot of men here. Some of them are driving taxis. Some of them are trying to get rides. Most of the men here are very likely foreign, at least the ones that we've met. people are boarding these buses. They're going to reception centers. If people don't have another place to go, the authorities have been handing out these papers, which essentially says if you're Ukrainian and if you're crossing the border, you're allowed to come here, and then giving them a little bit more information. A lot of people who've been crossing the border, Wolf, they don't know where they're going to go. They're just happy to be on this side. Most of the people who we've met do not expect to start a new life in Poland. They think that they're going to be here temporarily, maybe a week, maybe a month, maybe longer, but all of them expect to be going back. One other thing, down this pathway, the families coming out, that's toward the border. The reason that you don't see more people, I mean, there is a steady stream of them, but the reason you don't see even more is because they are all stuck on the other side. There are 2 checkpoints on the other side of the border. There is the Ukrainian one where you get your exit stamp, and then the Polish one where you're entered into the European Union and the eastern flank of NATO. The holdup is at the Ukrainian side. We know that the Ukrainians are no longer allowing men to leave the country between the ages of 18 and 60. As I said, most of the men that we've met so far have been foreign or held foreign passports. They are letting the women and children through much quicker, and so we've seen mostly that. And I am amazed, Wolf, I have to tell you, I am absolutely amazed by the resilience of these people. Women with children, most of them very young, really difficult conditions. They've been waiting in line for several hours, many of them, and I have not heard one single child cry or complain. They're just happy to be here, and they're all just getting through a very, very difficult situation.
Yeah, good point. Scott McLean on the border between Poland and Ukraine. Thank you very much. A former NATO commander fears scenes like the one you just saw are only going to grow and grow, with Ukrainians facing a humanitarian disaster. That retired 4-star general standing by to join us right after the break. General John Allen will discuss when we come back.
Today, we live in an unpredictable environment, and news races around the world at breakneck speed.
Our engine continues, our impetus, our momentum.
My show brings you the latest news and top news makers. Give me the facts on voter fraud.
There has never been a moment where voter fraud has affected the outcome of an election.
And we also dive below the headlines to explore vital issues impacting our lives.
Normally, this theatre would be filled with people and art and debate and energy. And so now we have to rely on the two of us.
How interesting is it to be Tyler Mitchell today? It's crucial we make sense of what's happening. There seems to be some confusion that maybe you can clear up. Where are the U.S. forces in Syria going? And fully understand what's at stake.
What's happening now in the world is a great thing because people are talking about subjects they never did before.
Amanpour, tonight on CNN.
Nothing seems to be working to deter Russia from its onslaught in Ukraine. For more on that, I want to bring in retired four-star General John Allen. He's also the author of the book Future War and the Defense of Europe. There's the book cover. General, considering Russia's full-scale assault, how far do you think Putin is willing to go?
Well, only he knows. But I'm sure, Wolf, that the campaign plan that they're executing is a phased campaign plan. They appear to be striking into Ukraine on several different axes. One out of Belarus, one towards Kharkiv, one out of the Donbass, and one out of Crimea. So there are multiple axes that are moving into the heartland of Ukraine. And if he's to be believed, if Putin is to be believed, his intention is to demilitarize the country and denazify it, which is a ridiculous term. But he doesn't believe that Ukraine is a real country. And with this kind of combat power and this application of combat power, there's a very good chance that his intention is to eliminate it as a country that can stand against him or be a Western outpost.
As you know, other bordering countries such as Latvia and Estonia, for example, they are NATO allies. Do you think Putin's bold enough, crazy enough for that matter, to try to cross into one of those borders?
Sure, I'm always very reluctant, Wolf, to ascribe lunacy to any world leader. He's operating off his own set of values. He's operating off his own timeline. But he's been warned by the President of the United States. He's been warned by the Secretary General of NATO that NATO is a absolutely solid alliance right now. It is committed to the defense of every square inch of NATO. And Putin would cross over a NATO boundary, a NATO frontier at great risk. Because I don't think there's any ambiguity there that Article 5 of the NATO Charter of the Washington Treaty indicates an attack on one is an attack on all, and bringing the combat power of 30 nations led by the United States to defend the NATO territory is a pretty daunting and awesome threat to Putin. I think he would at great risk cross over a boundary into a NATO country.
Yeah, it would be enormous risk. As you know, he's already launching cyber attacks in Ukraine. Would NATO see cyber attacks on one of its members as an act of war? Because there's some concern if he launches some major cyber attacks in Western Ukraine, it could spill over and affect Poland, a NATO ally.
Wolf, in the 21st century, multi-domain warfare, cross-domain warfare has been a feature for some period of time. And when I say multi-domain, I'm not talking tanks, artillery, airplanes, ships at sea. I'm talking about operations in the information space, information in the cyberspace. And Putin's been operating largely with impunity in the cyberspace and information space for some period of time, softening up Ukraine, hopefully softening up the democracies of the West. Now, to your question specifically, is a cyber attack an attack that could trigger an Article 5? I think we'd have to see what the size of that cyber attack would be. That remains to be determined. But if it's a major attack upon critical infrastructure that causes dramatic harm inside the NATO countries and loss of life, etc., I believe we're going to have a conversation in the North Atlantic Council about whether that cyber attack actually could trigger Article 5.
I think you're absolutely right. General Allen, thank you so much for joining us. We'll take a quick break.
Great to be with you.
Much more of our special coverage right after this.
We live in such a fast-paced world where the news has been so relentless. Historic events have happened one after the other. I think that you need that daily appointment with viewers around the world to try and sort through the news of the day. What's important? Why does it matter to me? How do I put it all in context? We follow the news as it happens and where it happens. And then we also take a step back to walk the viewer through the day's news. That is the mission of Hala Garani tonight.
They called for backup and none has
to fight against terrorism, to protect Russia's as a little boy.
There, another shot.
It's very nice to meet you. I wish you the best.
And the protesters are recommending.
I'm Paulo Sandoval in Bogota, Colombia, and this is CNN.
Onze aarde warmt nog steeds op. Daarom moeten we meer vergroenen. Als miljoenen Afrikaanse boeren worden empowered, kan het moedercontinent in 10 jaar worden vergroend. Dus dig in, help mee, breng iedereen in beweging. Dig in, laat je horen voor de nieuwe generatie. Vaders, moeders, kinderen, iedereen. Dig in. En kijk wat jij kan doen op justdigit.org. Cooling down the planet. Just dig it.
Let op! Kijkwijzer 16 jaar.
Kijk wat je nog meer kunt doen op kijkwijzer.nl.
Veel kinderen met een metabole ziekte halen hun eerste verjaardag niet eens. Met onderzoek maken we deze verschrikkelijke ziekte behandelbaar. Steun onderzoek. Steun Metakids. Ga naar www.metakids.nl.
And this is CNN.
Thanks very much for joining us. I'll be back tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern, in the Situation Room, and then once again here on CNN Tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. Our breaking news coverage continues right now with Don Lemon tonight.
Wolf Blitzer, thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow night. This is Don Lemon tonight. Our breaking news: Russia waging war on Ukraine. 24 hours ago, the war broke out while we were on the air. Now, the second largest country in Europe, after Russia itself, is a war zone. Kyiv under curfew tonight. CNN's teams there reporting hearing heavy explosions just a few minutes ago. President Vladimir Zelensky saying Russian sabotage groups have entered the city. And this is chilling.
According to our information, the enemy has marked me as target number 1. My family is target number 2. They want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. We have information that enemy sabotage groups have entered Kyiv.
And that is happening as the White House is condemning Russia over what they call credible reports. Civilian staff at Chernobyl in northern Ukraine have been taken hostage. The White House demanding their immediate release. Some 137 Ukrainian soldiers killed, 316 wounded in just the first day of war. Ukraine tonight ordering a general military mobilization and banning men 18 to 60 years old from leaving the country. President Joe Biden calling out Vladimir Putin for starting a war, the largest in Europe since World War II, and slapping new punishing sanctions on banks and oligarchs and their families.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time.
But the president wouldn't say why he's not personally sanctioning Putin so far, but he has a message for the American people.
This aggression cannot go unanswered. If it did, the consequences for America would be much worse. America stands up to bullies. We stand up for freedom. This is who we are.
Right now, the worldwide resources of CNN on this story. CNN's Sam Kiley in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Matthew Chance in Kyiv. Jill Doherty in Moscow. Caitlin Collins at the White House. Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon for us. Good evening to all of you. Matthew, what's happening there tonight? You've had some new explosions, I hear.
Yeah, within the past few minutes, in fact, Don, there's been a couple of explosions, pretty powerful ones. Difficult to say how far from here they were, but we could certainly hear them very, very loudly from our position here in central Kiev. I've been contacted by the Ukrainian Interior Ministry, and they're saying that Russians have started missile strikes on residential quarters of Kiev. That's what the Ukrainian Deputy Defense Minister is telling me tonight, shortly after those two missile strikes took place. I've been given some video as well. One of them, and I've spoken to the officials about this, saying that one of the missiles was shot out of the sky by Ukrainian anti-missile defense systems. Now, that's what they say, and there's video of an explosion midair with the debris falling to earth. The other one of the missiles apparently struck what is being described as a residential building in Kiev. Obviously, we're trying to get verification on that, but it all comes, of course, as the city braces itself for what will be the next stage of this Russian operation, this Russian invasion of the country. We've been witnessing coming into contact with Russian special forces that have been deployed on the outskirts of the city in preparation, we think, of bringing in even more forces. The concern in the Ukrainian capital tonight, amongst the normal residents and among officials as well, is that Russia intends to encircle the city. It intends to decapitate the leadership of the country and install a pro-Moscow regime here. Already, President Zelensky has posted on social media in a video, as we just saw, that he sees himself as the #1 target. He believes that's how the enemy see him, and his family as the #2 target. So it is a very ominous development indeed.
Matthew, what do we know about reports of hostages at Chernobyl?
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting, isn't it? Because the whole idea that Chernobyl, the site of the world's worst nuclear catastrophe back in 1986, is now under Russian control is in itself quite worrying, quite extraordinary. The fact that there's military operations taking place in that heavily contaminated region is worrying. But then there's that additional development as well, which it seems that the technical staff, the people who look after the reactor that exploded back in 1986 and take care of the sort of concrete sarcophagus that's over the top of it to make sure no more radiation leaks out, they've all been kept in place as well, and they're being described by Ukrainian officials as hostages. Obviously, the Russians wanted to keep the technical staff there, clearly, to make sure that an ecological disaster did not take place in that location once again, once they'd taken it over. But yeah, again, more signs that Russia is, encroaching on the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of this country from every direction.
Sam Kiley, let's bring you in now. President Zelensky says that 137 Ukrainian soldiers have already been killed. And tonight, Zelensky is calling up Ukrainian males, 18 to 60, to fight, banning them from leaving the country. Are they prepared to do that?
I think they are, Dom. I think, Don, a large number of people that we've spoken to, and I've been here for more than a month now here in Ukraine, including here in Kiev and in Kharkiv, the second largest city. There are significant numbers of people with training, with small arms, not just men, but women too, young women, old women, young men, older men. Clearly, this national mobilization is a warning off order to people to pick up arms. But also earlier on, the president also issued a plea yesterday when he said that he wanted to see ordinary civilians report for duty and they would be given weapons and simply take them out and take the enemy on. This has rapidly been falling away from his control, particularly as Matthew's been reporting there, with that concentration of Russian firepower on the capital, Kiev. Here in Kharkiv, there's also deep concerns that a significant number of tanks are amassing just inside the border. The border's only 20 miles away, about 25 minutes drive, a bit longer for a tank. Very large numbers of tanks we're seeing crossing from Russia into Ukraine, just north of where I'm standing. There are reports that the town of Sumy has been the scene of very heavy fighting, may now have fallen to the Russians. That is a border town about 100 kilometers from here, about 60 miles. And at the same time, the authorities here have blown 2 bridges to the east to try to slow down any effort to have a pincer movement of tanks brought to bear against this city that has the advantage perhaps of being encircled by a road. It's got a ring road around it, but that may be used to lay siege to it. It is 1.5 million people. They would need a lot of soldiers to take it over completely.
Well, let's talk about also the residents there. Kharkiv is Ukraine's second largest city, as you said. We saw residents seeking shelter in subway stations. Clarissa Ward spoke to one family. Listen to this, Sam.
What will you do now? Will you stay here tonight?
Yes, I think yes. Yes.
Do you have food? Do you have everything you need? This is what you have.
Yes, and water. That's all.
You seem remarkably strong, given how scary the situation is.
We try be brave because we have children and we don't want to show them that we are scared.
This is a big city and now under siege. That's a lot of folks, Sam.
It is an awful lot of people, at least 1.5 million. 75% of them speak Russian as a mother tongue, at least. This is not, though, a place that is supportive at all of Vladimir Putin's agenda here. His stated agenda is to try to help protect those eastern enclaves that whose independence he recognized just a few days ago, but simultaneously announced that he recognized their suzerainty, their sovereignty over a large chunk of territory that is undoubtedly Ukrainian government land. Now that becomes academic now that we've got major cities like Kiev, the capital, Kharkiv, the center of the intellectual and a lot of the technical life of the whole country, now threatened with an imminent invasion. As we go from this phase, which is clearly the Russian playbook is to knock out communications, airfields, air defenses, and to use multiple rocket launching systems to try to soften the ground in advance of a tank invasion. The second phase is the one that really is going to be most problematic for civilian populations here, because that's going to involve ground troops, and there could well be an increased level of resistance from Ukrainian armed forces. This is the moment where they really may show their mettle, Don.
Yeah, and as we say, this is all happening in the moment. This is war. I'm going to get back to Matthew Chance. Matthew, take a look at this. Video of that explosion that you just witnessed. We'll listen, we'll watch, and then we'll discuss. Here it is.
Жесть. Самолет, ёпта. Жесть.
So, Matthew, that is the latest. I'm not sure if it was an onslaught, if it was one, but it is happening sporadically. How often are you witnessing this or hearing it in the area?
Oh, well, that was the first incident tonight that we've witnessed. But obviously, 24 hours ago, there were loads of strikes of cruise missiles taking place. I thought what was really interesting about that video, and it's the video that was sent, I think part of it was sent to me by the Ukrainian Interior Ministry just a short time ago. They say it is a missile that was shot out of the sky by anti-missile defense systems from Ukraine. I wasn't aware, but it might be my ignorance. I wasn't aware that Ukraine had anti-missile defense systems capable of shooting missiles out of the sky. That's sophisticated air defenses right there. but I heard the Russian voice, and my Russian isn't great, but I heard the Russian voice as that item, that object exploded into little pieces and fell to earth, say the word samolot, which means aeroplane. It means aeroplane in Russian. So there's some kind of, whether it was some kind of aerial vehicle, some kind of drone, or whether it was indeed a missile, it's unclear. It's unclear to me.
Yeah. Well, let's bring in Jill Doherty. Jill, I want to ask you, you have been covering Russia for decades. Were you aware of this region for decades? Were you aware of anti-missile defense system on behalf of Ukraine?
No, but I'm not a military expert. But, you know, it depends on what we're talking about in terms of, you know, what kind of protection they would have. But I actually do not know the answer to that.
Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon.
Anti-missile defense systems? No, I'm not aware that Ukraine has anti-missile defense systems. We know that the U.S. and other countries in Europe have provided Javelin anti-aircraft missiles. Whether one of those could take out a missile, I don't know. As Matthew pointed out, shooting a missile out of the sky is incredibly difficult, and I've seen it done countless times by Iron Dome. Only Israel has Iron Dome and the U.S.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to bring in General Hertling now. General, we were going to bring you in a little bit later. Let's bring you in now. Look, this is all happening. Matthew is hearing this. Yeah. And has not been confirmed. But what do you think this was? He said it was at least some form of military equipment knocking a missile out of the sky. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I'm not going to conject on this, John. You know, I'm not a military analyst, or intelligence analyst, but that looks like an aircraft. It looks like a very large aircraft. The Ukrainian forces do have Stinger missiles. The Javelins are the anti-tank missiles. The Stingers are the aircraft missiles. They have a range of about 3,500 meters. That aircraft looked like it was flying under the cloud cover. So if it was an aircraft, it was a missile. It's tough to knock down a missile with a Stinger. But all this is conjecture. That looks an awful lot like a large aircraft, like a transport plane or possibly even a bomber, but it is flying very low. If it was an aircraft, it could be carrying either bombs or airborne soldiers. If it was a missile, it was a very lucky shot.
Yeah. So let's pull back on that. We don't know what it is. We're hearing what Matthew is being told. And until we get confirmation, then we can speak on it. But you're exactly right. Let's not conjecture. Let's not try to surmise what's happening here until we get confirmation. So stand by, General Hertling. I want to bring in now Caitlin Collins at the White House. Caitlin, the President of the United States, Joe Biden, made clear that Putin is the aggressor in this unjustified and unprovoked war against Ukraine. He hit Russia with additional sanctions, but so far has not directly sanctioned Vladimir Putin himself. You asked the president if that's still on the table. What did he say?
He said it's still on the table, but I do think it's notable that given Putin has taken the steps that they said that they would deploy all the sanctions that they had over as they did today, once he took that step of invading Ukraine and attacking Ukraine as Russia is doing right now, this isn't something that ended up making the final cut. And so you look at the sanctions that they had talked about, the package that they had put together over the last several weeks with allies alike talking about what this was going to look like if Russia did actually take this step, which, as we know, President Biden predicted President Putin was going to do. This isn't something that he included, even though he did say it's still on the table. It is something that they would consider, as well as the SWIFT financial system, cutting Russia off from that, he said, is also on the table. Though, of course, we should note, that doesn't seem like something realistic. It's something that has to be done in coordination with European allies to actually do that. But the other steps that President Biden did take today when it comes to imposing these sanctions, when it comes to restricting Russian financial systems, tying up some equity and debt, when it comes to those technology exports that they are hoping could stunt military growth for Russia. Those are the steps that they believe are going to be the most effective for this time and basically have the maximum effect against Russia while minimizing any kind of effect that they would have on European allies. That has kind of been the balance that they have been trying to strike here, Don. And so the question of how long those take to go into effect, though, the president was pretty blunt about today. He said that it is going to take a while, he believes, before they can really weaken the Kremlin. And that is really going to be the goal of this. And so when you look at what's happening on the ground in Ukraine, you see the concerns that people have as the Secretary of State is making clear he believes Putin is going after the capital. He wants to install a pro-Russian government there and overthrow President Zelensky and his government. I think you have to look at the measures there. And what President Biden said today is he doesn't think any of these sanctions could actually prevent Putin from doing what he wanted to do. We believe that has more to do with what we've talked about with officials, which is what Putin was set out here to do. That he was not just viewing this through some kind of rational lens of what's the best for Russia, but viewing it through this very emotional and historical lens of what he deems is rebuilding the Soviet empire. And I think that was one of the most chilling remarks that you heard from President Biden during that press conference today, is he said he doesn't think that Putin is going to stop with Ukraine. He thinks he has his sights set on other places as well.
Let's bring in Jill Doherty again. Secretary of State Tony Blinken, Jill, says that the U.S. believes Moscow plans to inflict widespread human rights abuses, potentially worse on the Ukrainian people. What is Putin's endgame? I hear people saying, you know,
Ukraine's got them.
What is struck me is that people can we please, Matthew Chance, we can hear Matthew.
Why did he send that then?
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we hear people. What struck me is people are saying he's emotional. He's basing his decisions on emotion instead of being rational about it.
That is one of the theories. I think, you know, there is a certain rational side to him, which is he wants to have this zone or this sphere of influence around Russia. And that includes these countries like Ukraine, Georgia, and others that he wants really kind of sanitized of NATO. So in that sense, he now has decided, obviously, that he will do whatever it takes in his mind to get Ukraine under control. Now, the problem, you know, with the military, with the Russian military, is they have gotten a lot better since the Georgian War, and they are a more disciplined group. They have better weapons. But when they start talking, as they have, about very, precision weapons, and we can go in and just do this and kind of cut it and slice it very carefully, that's when I begin to worry. Because if they want to, in a precision way, decapitate the Ukrainian government, that's one thing. But can they actually do that without killing civilians and without destroying, half of Ukraine? I wonder, because in other places like Syria, they just randomly bombed. Sometimes they would try to do precision, but they didn't have the equipment or the skill to do it. Again, they're better, but this is they may just take orders to do whatever it takes, and if civilians die, then that's too bad.
Yeah. Quickly, I want to get to Oren Lieberman. Oren, all of this obviously being guided from intelligence from our military officials, our intelligence officials. What is the latest from the Pentagon?
First, allow me to say thank you to General Hertling for correcting me on my mistake between javelins and stingers as I was trying to figure out anti-missile technology. But second, we've heard the word decapitate a couple times in the first 15 minutes of the show here. That's a word we heard here at the Pentagon as well, as senior defense officials saying it was Vladimir Putin's goal to decapitate the Ukrainian government and basically install a puppet government that is subservient to Putin himself and to the Kremlin and to Russia. Where are they in that goal? The officials said Russian forces are closing in or getting closer to Kyiv, but the official wouldn't be specific on how close they've gotten. Two worrying parts to this as well. First, the Russians have not employed electronic warfare, at least not to the extent that they're able to cut off command and control, disrupt communications, and that will have its own impact. Second, Putin has not brought the vast majority of his forces to bear on Ukraine. He has a lot left in reserve, and that's what they're looking for. When does he begin to engage all of that? That, of course, very worrying, troubling signs for the hours and the days ahead here.
All right. Thank you, Oren. Stand by, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Stand by. We've got much more on our breaking news tonight. Russia waging a brutal war in Ukraine. CNN's teams are on the ground throughout the region.
Living Golf in association with Gulf Saudi. Tony Finau has developed a reputation as one of the most naturally gifted and consistent players in golf, with top 5 finishes in all 4 of the men's major championships. But the 32-year-old American has his sights set on major silverware as he looks to secure his legacy in the game.
Major championships are the ultimate in our game. They're the biggest tournaments that we have, and those are the ones, no doubt, no question in my mind, that I'm after, But the great thing about playing on the PGA Tour and having a PGA Tour card is I feel like every week you have an opportunity to change your life by winning. Winning takes care of everything, and we know that in sports. But I agree that the major championships are the most important in my mind and the tournaments that I would like to win the most, no question.
Living Golf in association with Golf Saudi.
We provide products that make it easy for consumers and institutions to be part of the digital currency market. One of the first things that I tell folks getting involved in the crypto market is we're still in the early stages of it. Less than 5% of US institutions have ever traded crypto. And probably single-digit % of the world's population has ever interacted with a cryptocurrency. That number goes up every single year, and as it does, the total market cap of crypto goes up as well. And so, I don't know if we go from 5% of institutions to 15% this year or next year, but this is the future. Finance powered by open source crypto protocols and a financial system for the internet is an inescapable trend in our world today. And it's only a question of your time horizon. And that's why it's so important to be a long-term investor when you're an investor in the crypto market.
3 Strands Global Foundation is a nonprofit that has been combating human trafficking for the last 12 years, focused in on 3 areas: prevention education, prevention through employment, and prevention through engagement. So we have a few initiatives that directly look at the root causes. One is prevention education, so that teachers can identify exploitation and trafficking, as well as be trauma-informed, and students in kindergarten all the way through 12th grade can be educated. When the pandemic hit, our prevention education program, Protect, we had to do a pivot. The kids no longer were in classrooms. Teachers were no longer in classrooms teaching. They had to make adjustments to be able to actually reach the kids online, which meant that they were looking in a different way with different eyes at their students as their students were learning this curriculum. We had to make sure that teachers still could identify any exploitation or abuse that was happening. Our second program is called the Employ Plus Empower program, and this is our prevention through employment. We want to make sure that survivors aren't re-exploited and that they have a sustainable job, that they are financially secure, and that they can thrive. Survivor voices are incredibly important in this movement, and I believe strongly that when we listen to survivors, we actually will create prevention programs and initiatives that do exactly what we need to do to prevent this crime.
Wednesday,
my fellow Americans,
President Joe Biden, his first State of the Union address. Anderson Cooper and Jake Tapper host. Special live coverage Wednesday on CNN.
We're back now with our breaking news coverage. Russia's brutal war on Ukraine begins its second day. But with battle lines quickly changing, where could the fight be heading? Joining me now to discuss, CNN military analyst, retired Lieutenant General Mark Hertling. General Hertling, thank you very much. I appreciate you jumping in to help us out with that other segment as well. If you have any more to add, we'll take it. But otherwise, I will ask you about a map. I want to put this map up. Russia has launched more than 160 missiles. That's according to a senior U.S. official, with major population centers under attack all over the country. What's your assessment of the battlefield?
Well, first of all, John, the 160 missiles sounds like a lot, and it certainly is. They can cause a lot of damage, a lot of explosive power in each one of them. But when you're talking about a nation the size of Texas, with some major cities, with a lot of airfields, with a lot of intelligence facilities, with a lot of military training and barracks area, you start to see how those 160 don't seem like a lot. Certainly in Desert Storm and the so-called shock and awe campaign before Iraqi freedom, there were a lot more cruise missiles sent into the city than that. Remember, even when President Trump forced the Tomahawks into Syria, there were 69 missiles on one airfield target. So I don't know. I don't know how to assess it. I'm sure there's a lot of intelligence folks that are taking a look at what happened. We do know that the Minister of Defense of Ukraine has said that most of their Air Force got off the ground before those missiles struck the airfields. That's a good sign. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what they're saying from the Ukraine perspective. the Russians do have certainly air superiority. We have seen that all day long today. They certainly have rotary wing aircraft, helicopter aircraft superiority. But it seems like to me that the Ukrainian army on their first day is doing a pretty good job. What I would say is, we can't judge what happened today and make it what will happen over the next week or so. I put out a tweet thread tonight, Don, that talked about an army's resources versus its will. And we are certainly seeing that the Ukrainian army's will could be potentially stronger than the resources brought to bear by the Russians. But time will tell on all of that.
So, General, tonight, President Zelensky ordering a general military mobilization, calling up ordinary citizens, men from ages 18 to 60 who will fight for their country. What kind of impact can civilian soldiers like these have in a ground fight against Russians, trained soldiers?
Well, that gets back to the will versus resources, Don. And I think that was a very smart move by President Zelensky. What he's saying is the nation's manpower is important to defend the soil of Ukraine. And I think that's a critically important thing right now. It certainly probably came as a shock to him. Most of the older men had probably served in the old Soviet army when they were younger. Most of the younger men who are in the reserve forces have seen action over the last 8 years in the Donbass. They have a pretty good, what I will call, National Guard in Ukraine right now, and in fact, repeated service in the Donbass over the last 8 years. I think it's a smart move by the president. He's pulling out all stops, and the Russian army, to get to your second part of your statement, in my view, is not that good. They certainly have the equipment. They certainly have the ability to come into a country like this, but their training and their ability to put a combined arms operations together is not as good as a lot of armies we see in the world today.
General, I want you to stand by. As we mentioned, Matthew Chan said the video earlier that we were trying to figure out what it is. So we'll have both of you weigh in on this. Matthew is back with us. Matthew, let's run the video and then we'll discuss it. Here it is, what Matthew witnessed earlier.
Yeah. Okay.
Жесть. Самолет, ёпта.
Самолет,
Matthew, so there's a video. Will you have new information on what it is? What do you have?
Yeah, so I went back to the Ukrainian Interior Ministry source that's giving me this information, who's senior, he's the Deputy Minister, basically saying that, look, what this was is a Ukrainian warplane that was shot out of the sky by a Russian surface-to-air missile in a suburb of Kiev. That took place about 40 minutes ago. It's an Su-27, a Sukhoi-27 fighter interceptor jet that was obviously on a patrol around the skies of the Ukrainian capital in search for, or to intercept any Russian sort of planes in the area. And it blew up there, and you can see it scattering the debris all over that suburb of Kiev. There's a separate incident as well, which is where the confusion came from, I think, which is that there's also been a Russian missile strike on a suburb of Kiev. The Interior Ministry officials saying it's a residential suburb as well. And we've also got a bit of video of that as well. I'm not sure you have that. And so two separate incidents, a missile strike from Russia and a Ukrainian plane being shot out of the sky by a surface-to-air missile.
General Hertling.
Yeah, that's tough, Don. That's unfortunate for that Sukhoi 27. That is one of their better fighter airplanes. As I said, Ukraine said they got most of their fighter aircraft off the ground before the missile strikes this morning. That's unfortunate that they lost one here. But that's what I actually anticipated, that it was some type of aircraft because of the spread of the pieces. I know you were on the scene of the MH17 crash, and you know how far those different pieces of that large aircraft went. When you hit an aircraft, a military aircraft with probably, and it was probably the same kind of missile, a Buk system missile, it's going to spread that aircraft all over the sky, just like we're seeing here. So that's really unfortunate for that Ukrainian pilot.
General Matthew, thank you very much. We're entering day 2 of the Russian incursion into Ukraine. Our correspondents are throughout the region bringing us the very latest, and we're going to speak with a member of Armed Services, the Armed Services Committee, who recently has been in Europe meeting with NATO officials.
I think ultimately people do business where they feel comfortable where to live.
The warmth and the openness of the Bahraini's is something incredible.
I finally stumbled across a place where you're able to pursue your job and still have very healthy work-life balance.
Bahrain, until now, was our best kept secret. This is the place to be. This is the place to live, and this is the place to do business.
Born to weave together East and West, past, present and future, Takrim USA honors brilliance in pushing the frontiers of our humanity, supporting initiatives of change and connecting impactful stakeholders. Takrim USA inspires generations of immigrants gazing into the future.
Welcome to The Lead. We begin with breaking news. The United States has plunged into a recession. We're seeing infections at an all-time high. What's your reaction to that? Here are the facts.
The Lead with Jake Tapper.
He's interviewed 5 U.S. presidents, authored 7 books, and has an independent voice that resonates.
What happened to when we were united against a common enemy?
He's raw, unique, and one of America's most important talk show hosts. Watch Smirconish, Saturday on CNN.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Onze aarde warmt nog steeds op. Daarom moeten we meer vergroenen. Als miljoenen Afrikaanse boeren worden empowered, kan het moedercontinent in 10 jaar worden vergroend. Dus dig in, help mee, breng iedereen in beweging. Dig in, laat je horen voor de nieuwe generatie. Vaders, moeders, kinderen, iedereen. Dig in. En kijk wat jij kan doen op justdigit.org. Cooling down the planet. Just dig it.
Let op! Kijkwijzer 16 jaar.
Kijk wat je nog meer kunt doen op kijkwijzer.nl.
Veel kinderen met een metabole ziekte halen hun eerste verjaardag niet eens. Met onderzoek maken we deze verschrikkelijke ziekte behandelbaar. Steun onderzoek. Steun Metakids. Ga naar www.metakids.nl.
Of Ukraine. And this is CNNi.
President Joe Biden imposing the harshest sanctions yet on Russia while saying Vladimir Putin chose to this war in Ukraine. Joining me now, Democratic Congressman John Garamendi of California. He is on the House Armed Services Committee. We're so happy to have you, Congressman. Really appreciate it. You just got out of a House briefing on this war in Ukraine with top Biden administration officials. Talk to us. What do you know?
Well, pretty much what most people know. We a little more detail on a few things along the way, but the reality is that we're going to continue to provide defensive equipment as well as humanitarian and financial aid to the Ukrainians. We fully expect them to be able to use those. Also, it's pretty clear that Russia does have the domination, and the general may very well be right that intense interest and love of country might very well be stronger than all of the tanks that Russia might have. We also had a long conversation about the sanctions. And if I were to summarize it, I'd say, what's that old saying? If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And that's basically what the administration has put together. They have assembled the broadest possible array of allies and partners around the world to push back on Russia using sanctions. There's only two countries that appear to not be part of that group, and that would be China and India may very well come along. So it's a very, very powerful set of sanctions, and the possibility, maybe even the probability, that additional sanctions will be added in the days ahead.
As you know, Congressman, though, sanctions work over time. And over a period of time, and depending on how harsh those sanctions are, it could take longer for them to work. While this is happening, the people of Ukraine are in dire straits right now, dealing with destruction and death and the like. What do you say to those people? I mean, their sanctions, that's going to take some time, and they're in the middle of it.
Well, they certainly are, and it's tragic, horrific, it's deadly. Many people have already died, and many more will. Putin had made a decision. He made a decision that is contrary to international law, to the norms, to all that's been the pattern of international relations since the end of World War II. And unfortunately, the Ukrainians are paying the price for that. Yes, indeed, the sanctions are something that will impact some of it immediately, others of it over a long period of time. I'd be very interested in having a fuller understanding of why the streets of 50 cities in Russia were filled with people yesterday morning, protesting the war. Those are the people that will come to understand in the days ahead, some of it sooner, some of it later, that this war is really coming down on them in their country, and the body bags will also be going back. Those are that's where the sanctions will take effect. Immediately, this is a fight that the Ukrainians will have to carry out by themselves with assistance from many, many NATO nations. And this is another thing we learned during our meeting at the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and that is that the NATO countries are also supplying arms and other material to Ukraine. But the United States is not going to put troops on the ground or in the air over Ukraine. That's been very clear.
Congressman, it's just back from that NATO Parliamentary Assembly in Europe just yesterday. Congressman, appreciate you sharing your knowledge of this. Thank you so much. Be well. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, Don. Bye-bye.
Thousands of Russians detained in protest of their country's invasion of Ukraine. More of that in just a moment.
I'm Vedika Sood in New Delhi, and this is CNN.
The Dubai World Cup began in 1996. Back then, the Middle East was a small player on the global sporting stage. Fast forward to today, and it's expected to be the fastest growing region in the industry in the next 3 to 5 years.
I met up with the chairman of the Dubai Racing Authority, Sheikh Rashid bin Darmouk Al Maktoum, to talk about follies and more.
Eleni, welcome here to the Meydan Racecourse. You're actually walking on one of the best tracks in the world, which is the turf track. Horses that run on this safe ground are horses from all around the world. We believe this is a fair ground for all horses who like the soft ground or the fast ground.
Ginger is often used to dress up a dish or add spice to a meal, but a growing body of research shows that this root can have big benefits for overall health. Studies suggest that ginger can help calm an upset stomach, often caused by nausea related to pregnancy or chemotherapy. One easy way to get ginger into your diet is with a breakfast smoothie. Blend 1 carrot, 3 apples, and a 1-inch piece of ginger root with a squeeze of lemon, then stir and sip. Another easy way to add ginger to your diet is to puree it into a ginger pumpkin soup or add it to your favorite meal as a sauce. Another plus, ginger can help you unwind. According to a University of Georgia study, when ginger is consumed, either raw or heated, it helps ease muscle pain after working out by as much as 25%.
Have you been bitten by the bug of curiosity? This is CNN 10. My name is Carl Azus. I'll be your explainer-in-chief.
Global news.
International relations are the key factors.
Relevant stories.
Everyday people whose action is changing their community.
Complex issues explained.
We're going back to the future.
And 10-second trivia.
You get a perfect 10 out of 10.
All in 10 minutes. Stream at cnn.com/CNN10.
Our breaking news, Russia waging a deadly war in Ukraine and beginning to pay a price for that at home. I want to bring in now CNN Global Affairs analyst Aaron David Miller and former 9-term Congresswoman Jane Harman, President Emerita of the Wilson Center. Good evening to both of you. I'm going to start with you, Aaron. This invasion is already incredibly deadly. More than 130 Ukrainian soldiers killed in just the first day. There is fighting across the country. What are you most worried about as this war unfolds?
Well, on a basic human level, Don, you've got to really feel both sympathy and empathy for Ukrainian military and the civilians who arguably are going to be caught up in harm's way, assuming the Russians decide to encircle Kyiv or go into civilian concentrated areas. You know, cities consume armies. And the reality is, if that happens, we're talking about a level of destruction and human tragedy that is pretty extensive. Beyond that, I've got to be concerned if Putin, in fact, gets his way, and I suspect he will, in terms of dominating the country. What happens when you have pro-Russian forces and Russians bumping up against countries, Poland and Romania, who are Article 5 NATO members? It's a very scary and ominous situation, Don, and I think we're talking here months, if not years, of a new reality between the United States and Russia.
Jane, Ukrainian President, Zelensky says Russia has marked him as target number 1, and U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken said this tonight. Listen.
We do know, and part of the Russian plan has been to
put Kyiv in danger, to assault the capital, to go after other major cities. We're seeing forces come in from the north, from the east, from the south, and that's all part of the plan that we've laid out for the world in recent weeks.
You're convinced Putin's going to overthrow this government?
I'm convinced he's going to try to do that.
So what does this look like if that happens? This conflict look like if that happens?
Well, our intelligence has been magnificent, and I do applaud Tony Blinken and others for sharing in real time the playbook that Russia has. But I think regime change is only part one of what Putin may try to do. I think he's trying to threaten the whole liberal world order that was set up after World War II by us in concert with Europeans, the Marshall Plan and other things we helped revive, restore those we had vanquished, including Germany and Japan, and made them part of a system of friends. We didn't do that after the Cold War ended, and we're paying a huge price. I wrote a book about this, for the fact that we declared ourselves the world superpower and only indispensable nation, and ignored the rise of terrorism, the fact that China didn't want to be us, and the fact that Russia has nurtured this sense of grievance for 30 years. I was in Munich too last weekend. The Russians were not there. And the good news is that the West has unified against Russia. So hopefully we will find a way to preserve and improve the system of world order that we established with good intentions and with great success after World War II.
Aaron, President Biden is leveling, Jane mentioned the sanctions, a bunch of new sanctions on Russia. But you say Putin has largely sanction-proofed his country. So what will these sanctions do? Because so far, they've done nothing to stop Putin. They haven't been a deterrent at all.
I doubt if the administration would admit this if Tony Blinken or the president were on the call. I think that they're realistic enough to know that sanctions were not designed to deter. Putin has the advantage of geography, tight supply lines. He has local actors on the ground that will do his bidding. And he has will. Don, he's prepared to sacrifice Russian lives in pursuit of his goals. Joe Biden is not. Ukraine may be very important, and it is, but it is discretionary. It's not a place where Joe Biden is going to send Americans to die. So the real question is, will sanctions raise the cost? Will they punish? And I think your previous guest, I think, summed it up pretty well. If you want to go fast but go alone, that's one thing. If you want to go far, you got to go together. And I think the administration has a set of sanctions which will raise the cost. They will not deter Putin from his goals in Ukraine, but they will raise the cost. And again, I'll reinforce my latter point. We're in a new policy of containment. Whether it's a new Cold War or not, I don't know. But we're going to be containing Putin for months and years to come. And we need a strategy that will not just pertain to this administration, but to the next one as well.
Mm-hmm. Jane, I've got just 10 seconds if you want to weigh in. I see you're trying to get in.
Yeah, well, I agree, but don't underestimate the will of the Ukrainian people. I was on the Maidan in 2014 and met a young cub reporter for CNN named Jim Shuto, and they toppled the old Russian regime, and they will fight. And they have a modern country now, and they've held on to it for over 7 years. And I don't think this is going to be easy. It's going to be ugly, but I don't think it's going to be easy. And I think Putin's going to have a rougher time than he expects.
Jane, thank you very much. Aaron as well, I appreciate it. Men between 18 and 60 now not allowed to leave Ukraine, but plenty of women and children are crossing into Poland. We are live on the border where the refugees have been streaming in all day and all night.
The Opus 14 is a very interesting watch. It was the 14th watch in the Opus series, which came out once a year from Harry Winston. Really idiosyncratic, large, extremely mechanically complicated watches. They were always collaborations with known independent watchmakers, and they were all highly complicated watches that did something that no other watch could do. The Opus 14 is a watch that looks a lot like a jukebox on the wrist. It shows the time in 2 different time zones, but it does so by making what looks like a little record rise up out of a jukebox and rotate underneath a record player. It's very much a love it or hate it watch. I mean, I loved it just because I thought to myself, this is completely insane. Who does this? There was something super, super appealing about it. If you want something that is really, really different and that's going to be a conversation piece, it's one of the most interesting watches out there.
As consumers, we live in an on-demand economy. We want our goods and services delivered the same day, and this trend is not slowing. So at Too Simple, we are developing the world's first fully autonomous trucking solution, and we believe autonomous trucks will play an important part of the industry to make it more resilient and efficient. If you think about what it means to make an autonomous truck, we basically have a lot of sensors, cameras, lidars, radars that take input data from the world, so we see the world around us. And we have to have a very smart software, our virtual driver, that is using the most cutting edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technology and give very specific, safe, reliable commands to the vehicle. So this was really industry first, no driver on board, no remote control of the vehicle, and true commercial operations of a fully autonomous truck.
In the hub, where East meets West, CNN Arabic is perfectly placed to find the facts. This is where stories happen. Politics, business, culture, real life. As the pace of change moves faster, we ask the important question. What is the truth? CNNArabic.com, celebrating 20 years.
Wednesday,
my fellow Americans,
President Joe Biden, his first State of the Union address. Anderson Cooper and Jake Tapper host. Special live coverage Wednesday on CNN.
An ominous warning today from the Secretary of State Tony Blinken on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, saying the U.S. government believes Moscow has developed plans to inflict widespread human rights abuses on the Ukrainian people. The UN's refugee agency saying more than 100,000 Ukrainians are on the move since the invasion began, many fleeing across the border to Poland, where CNN's Scott McLean is live for us tonight. Scott, hello to you. You have been seeing and speaking with refugees coming in all day and all night. What are you seeing and what are they saying? What are you hearing from them?
Don, I am struggling to think of a more miserable place to be. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning here. It is freezing cold. It is dark. And everyone who makes it to this point could not be happier to get out of the lines that we're seeing. So this is the trek that people have to make up to where they're going to catch a bus or a taxi. I'll just sort of explain where we are. We're in a bit of a no man's land between the Ukrainian and the Polish borders. On this side of the fence is where the cars are going through. If they come through the other direction, direction, it's Ukraine. And I'll just show you really quickly. So this is Ukraine on this side, and then through there you can actually see there's mostly women and children who are lining up to get through Polish border control. This is not where the bottleneck is, though. We are hearing reports of people waiting 8, 9, 10, 12 hours in some cases to get across the border, and the holdup is actually well beyond this on the Ukrainian side, where you need to get an exit stamp. Of course, we know that the Ukrainian government is no longer allowing men between the ages of 18 and 60 to leave the country. They may well have to be serving in the military or called up from the reserves instead. And so instead, it's all been women and children. We've spoken to many of them. They describe, having to wait out in the cold. And what I found really remarkable, though, is how few complaints that I've heard from people, even from the children, many of them very small. I have not heard a single child make a peep. I have not heard a single child cry. It is really remarkable, and this was not something that these people could have planned for. It is difficult enough being a parent under normal circumstances. It is much more difficult when you wake up early this morning, realize that your country is under attack, pack a bag, try to get to the border, get in a taxi, and then walk on foot across. People having to wait 12 hours. I just spoke to one woman who said that it took her, I think, 10 or so hours to get across the border on foot, and she said that she cut in the line. She said there would simply be no other way that she could have made it across the border in these freezing temperatures. She said that the men were being separated out. She said that some men were trying to make it through anyways, and it was just a really miserable situation. I think we have some pictures. I don't know if you can put those up from the other side of the border, where it's just a torrent of people trying to push their way to the front to get over here to Poland, and then from there, the government is trying to figure out what to do with them. They're boarding buses. They're going to reception centers if they don't have somewhere to go. Others are trying to get on trains to Warsaw, trying to get on planes to go somewhere else. And there's a lot of foreigners that we've run into as well who had flights. Obviously, they weren't able to get on those. And so instead, they'd have to come here and try to figure out where to go from there, Don.
Yeah, we're looking at the pictures that you sent back to us earlier. It is a mess. It looks very cold, and no one else to blame but Vladimir Putin. Thank you very much, Scott McLean. We appreciate that. Hundreds dead or wounded. We're now 25 hours into Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Our reporters are spread out all across the region. Stay with us.
I just heard a big bang.
CNN is in Ukraine.
People across this country are bracing for what will happen tonight.
And in Russia.
There is no authorization for an anti-war protest.
On the front lines.
There are just hundreds